And Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, welcome in. Back to the Futures is back again here. Brandon Sprague, after having a week off because I had to go coach a team that went 0 for 4 in a youth basketball tournament. And I thank Will and Kenny and Zach for holding down the fort while I was gone for the week. I'm back in again. I only have a couple more tournaments that should probably take me away. And then I'm here like every weekend. I'm excited to do the show out here in Portland. My great host is always Will Ortner, the pride of Hawkinson, the 92nd best offensive lineman to ever play Hawkinson High. And we got a lot to talk about tonight. Will, how was the weekend?
You know what? I'm fighting a battle that really only bald guys can do. It was a little bit sunny, but it was cloudy throughout the day on Saturday, and I made the cardinal mistake, the sin. I left the hat on. The tan line isn't too bad, but it is noticeable in the right light, and I have to put my hand up, have some accountability on that one. That's my fault. And now, of course, it's supposed to be crappy weather all weekend, so I can't go out and go fix the tan line, get the extra burn to get everything fixed. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm looking into tanning beds. I'm looking into self-tanner. I don't know how I'm going to fix this issue. Maybe I'll just leave the hat on the rest of the summer and I'll just deal with it that way.
Why don't you just be like a politician, put a bunch of fake bronzer on?
See, that's what I'm thinking. I'm cheap and I don't want to buy that. Like, that cuts into the protein budget. It's a whole thing.
Okay, all right. Well, we have a lot to get to tonight. We got the NFL draft wrapped up this weekend, the NBA playoffs. Man, they've been spectacular. It sounds like, I know we didn't talk about it too much pre-show, but from what we talked about, it feels like we're all kind of like up and down. Like we're feeling good about some series, not feeling as good about others. So we can dive into that. We got Rookie of the Year, Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year odds that I want to get to that Zach got us from BetMGM because, you know, we're on the BetMGM network now. And we'll talk about that. Let's start. Look, it's a behemoth, right? Like if it was my choice, we'd start NBA. It's the playoffs. The playoffs have been good. But I also know that if you tell me the NFL draft, which I think saw its highest second day ratings, if you told me it outrated 90% of the playoffs from the weekend, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't think you would either. Let's start. The big news is obviously going to be Shedeur, but the top 10 picks were as follow. Titans took Cam Ward, no shocker. The Jags took the big swing. They traded first. They traded next year's first, a fourth. Like they hopped up from 5 to 2. They wanted Travis Hunter in the worst way. They're calling him Shohei Ohtani of the NFL. The Giants took the best player, and that's Abdul Carter. Patriots found their offensive tackle, Will Campbell from LSU. The Browns, who moved down to 5, many thought, oh, could they get Shedeur? No, they went best defensive lineman in their estimation, and that's Mason Graham. Raiders went with Ashton Jeanty, so they add a weapon to their offense with Chip Kelly. The Jets draft offensive line. Who's at quarterback? I don't really know yet, but they got Armand Membo, which I think is a good pickup out of Mizzou. Panthers went with T. McMillan out of Arizona. A little bit of a reach at 8, but a lot of people like his skill, his ability. They have no defense, but we'll see how much that gets addressed through these draft prospects they took and going through camp. Saints at 9 was a potential landing spot for Shedeur, and they said thanks, but no thanks. Kelvin Banks went to from Texas, goes to New Orleans, and Colston Loveland was the first tight end taken, to some surprise over Tyler Warren, but he was a really good prospect out of Michigan. Before we get to Shedeur, your general feel of how the top 10 ended up shaking out, the Jag trade, where would you like to start with the top 10?
Yeah, well, let's start right at number 2. I thought it was a really stupid trade by the Jags. If you're trading up and you're giving up that much capital for Travis Hunter, you're clearly saying that we're going to take the next step forward with Trevor Lawrence, and we are going to go to the playoffs next year. That's why we're trading our first-round pick for next year away. If you do not hit the ground running with Travis Hunter and the rest of this team, that this new front office and this new coaching staff that has been brought in to run Jacksonville, if they're not able to make the playoffs, this is going to look back as one of the worst trades in the last 5 years, because you're selling away your future because they think they're going out and they're getting a guy who's going to be, that starting wide receiver, that starting cornerback for them. But at different points, he's going to need more breaks. He can't do what he did at Colorado in the NFL. I think there's going to be certain packages defensively for him because it's clear that they view him and he views himself as a wide receiver first. So they're going to use him in nickel packages. They're going to use him in dime packages. But to give up that much capital to get a guy when you're not one player away from making it to the Super Bowl, I think is foolhardy. I think it was a mistake by a staff that wants to make a big splash. And not to link it back to your sport, Sprague, because the NBA to NFL can be apples to oranges, but it's Matt Ishbia with the Suns, right? He goes out and he makes a big splash and he trades for Kevin Durant, and then he makes another big splash and he trades for Bradley Beal. And now looking back on it, 2-3 years later, it completely set that franchise back and completely killed any momentum that they had created. Now, I'm not saying that's what Travis Hunter and this trade does to the Jags, but when we look back at this 2-3 years from now, if that front office is gone, if that coaching staff is gone, we're going to point to that trade and say that's where the mess up started. That's where the mistake happened.
Well, if this front office and coaching staff is gone in 2 years, there's another question that already exists, and that's how badly they're run. Now, their GM is 34, so he's younger than me, but he's slightly older than you. This is a guy that built his kind of bones in the Rams. That's why he talked about the F them picks mentality. The Rams famously did that, and then they went, oh, them picks matter, actually, if you want to keep contending, and suddenly they used picks now. Look, I won't argue about Hunter. Is he a good football player? Zach says in the chat, Hunter is a great pick, though. And I'll say this. A great pick, I guess, in the sense that most people really like him. Maybe Zach loves him. Maybe you like him. I like him. I'm rooting for him. I mean, how do you see him get drafted and go, yeah, I don't want to watch that guy succeed? That guy clearly loves football, right? That was the pinnacle of his entire life. He won the Heisman, and he looked giddy as a child. But, can you please help me? What's the last big trade for a non-quarterback positional player that involves that kind of stuff that pays off?
Right. I can't think of one.
When they do that trade for a quarterback, does it usually pay off? I mean, we made fun of the Panthers for 2 years because of the trade they made, right? Make fun of the Bears, make fun of the Rams. Heck, the Rams did this with Goff, and you can say, well, Sprague, they got to the Super Bowl, and I'll say, yeah. And then what they do with Jared Goff, some of the Washington, San Francisco with Trey Lance, there's just trades that happen in that sport to that level that you largely look at and you go, does it pay off? And so, this whole Shohei Ohtani thing, I want Hunter to be Shohei Ohtani. I loved watching him in college. It's football, man. It ain't baseball. No way. Not a chance. How is he going to go through both meetings? How's he got time in the day to practice and go both to the DB defensive meetings and the receiver offensive meetings? How has he got that time? He doesn't. So, whatever side he plays more than the other one's going to be sparingly used, or they're going to do it early, and it's going to be his welcome to the NFL moment because he suffered injury in college. Welcome to the NFL, where that injury now takes you out for 8 weeks. And so, I'm rooting for him. I don't want this to sound like I'm not.
Right.
As much as I'm a fan of his, Will, I've never understood this intrigue to go top 3, top 4, even top 5. I'm not taking a DB with a top 5 pick, and I'm not taking a wide receiver with a top 5 pick. And then you could say, well, you got both. And I'd say, I don't believe you. So it's a big swing. It's a big swing by a 34-year-old. He is a good football player. I would have never done this. I don't understand it. I don't think he'll play both sides the way he thinks he will. And I think we might look back at this in 2 years and go, woof. What was that trade?
100%. Well, and I think the other thing that you have to talk about with him playing both sides is he's a wide receiver first. He's made that clear. Jacksonville has made that clear. You would think the move would actually be for him to be a defensive player first, be that cornerback first, and then be a wide receiver, because it's easier to put in 10 offensive plays designed around Travis Hunter. You call it the Ohtani package, right? And here are his 10 plays. And he can go into an extra meeting at the end of each day. Hey, here's how we're going to attack this team and this defense on these plays. That's easy, right? Or at least easier than going in and saying, hey, you're our nickel package corner, or you're in our dime package, because they're going to have to use him specifically. He can't be your every down corner, because what you're asking that corner to do is going to change week to week, matchup to matchup, right? And so for him to be, I'm a wide receiver first, defensive player second, I think it makes this playing both ways even more difficult than it was already going to be. He's going to have to be in the facility every single day, and he's going to have to literally be, and it's cliche, but first one in, last one to leave, right? He has to truly love football. He's not the biggest corner either, right? And you're talking about the injury issues. If you're getting beat up in the Pac-12 and the Big 12, welcome to the NFL, where over half of these guys, it feels like, are coming out of 2 conferences now in the Big 10 and SEC, and they play a different brand. Like, he is going to have a big wake-up call. I hope he can do it, but I think even just starting out saying, hey, he's Shohei Ohtani, I just think it's a disservice to Travis Hunter. You've put the potential, I believe, too high for him.
I mean, he's actually not big. And I know people that like love football know that, but then you actually see the physical measurables. And what did he officially register as? 6 foot, 180 some pounds? Like, that's not a big dude. Like, you're going to see him in the NFL, and he's going to look slightly bigger than Tyreek Hill, but not by much. He's got great hands. He's got elite hands, I'd argue. But I don't think he's an overly great route runner. I'm not really completely sold that he's like breakaway Mike Vick, Tyreek Hill type speed. And so, like, those are things that'll matter at the next level. And I'm not a believer that he's actually going to play both sides nearly close to the level that he played in college. So, like, even with the trade being a lot, I just thought him getting picked at 2 in general was a reach. I know he's a great player. I understand it. He's football smart. He's a great athlete. I'm not poo-pooing it, but I kind of am poo-pooing it. I would have rather had Abdul Carter at 2 and just said, hey, Travon Walker, even the trade itself for Abdul Carter would have been a lot for my liking, but you could have at least said, how did the Eagles win the Super Bowl? Defensive line. Like, all the great teams, how are they winning right now? Their defensive line. And so quarterback, tackle, defensive line. Like, those are your 3 most important positions to address. I think when you have a top 5 pick, and definitely when you have a top 10, once in a blue moon, the situation, like elite wide receiver, okay. But I'm just a preference of 3 real areas that I want to take those picks with. It's quarterback, it's offensive line, and it's the defensive front. Everything else can wait, and I'm not a believer in the pick. Well, good luck to the Jags. I will be sitting here. I'd gladly eat some humble pie if he ends up paying off for them next year, but I'm just not a believer that he is worth the amount that they traded up for, nor did I believe that he should have been a top 5 pick, because I'm not really sure what position he's going to play and is he going to be elite? There's a lot of question marks, I think, with Travis Hunter. Let me ask you, he is second on BetMGM on the odds for Offensive Rookie of the Year. We can get into this list a little bit later on too, but do you like him even second as Offensive Rookie of the Year? He's a plus 750. Is that, in your estimation, is that worth betting?
I think a lot of people are going to bet that number and it's going to come down. So if you truly do believe in him at plus 750, like you better bet it right now. I would not throw my money in that ring. I think it's easier in that case, and we're going to dive into it more like you said, but it's better to go, I think, with a quarterback or with a running back, a bell cow. I have one take that I think we can get off of, like, hey, in the right situation, if everything goes perfect because of where the odds are right now, he might be someone that you throw a fourth of a unit on just for the fun of it. It could be something that pops off and explodes.
Yeah.
But more than likely not. I think when it comes to offensive rookie of the year, it's set up just like the MVP, just like the Heisman. It's set up for running backs, but more specifically for quarterbacks. So look through the quarterbacks, look who's going to start, and based on how they do in the preseason, training camp, OTAs, all that kind of stuff, throw it on the quarterback that is a rookie that you like the most that is going to start, because I think that's how you're going to win money back in that scenario.
Third biggest odds, he's behind Shuck and Cam Ward. I want to get to Shedeur here. We got a couple minutes in the first segment, so the Hunter conversation is kind of carrying it. But unless the quarterbacks get hurt, I largely agree with you. Like Puka Nacua had the greatest receiving rookie year we've ever seen. Can't do it. CJ Stroud. It's a tough market to break through for that award. Shedeur Sanders. We have 90 seconds. We can carry this over. We got NBA playoffs to get to. Shedeur Sanders fell not out of the top 10, not out of like the top 20, not even out of. He fell all the way to the 5th round. He was the 155th pick to the Cleveland Browns, who just 2 rounds prior drafted a quarterback, a one you and I know really well, Dylan Gabriel. And so, like, there's a lot to get to. We don't have enough time in this segment, so it's something definitely we're going to have to carry over. But my God, Shedeur Sanders, 5th round? Nobody had that.
Right. No, my initial lean on this is based on his talent is not why he was drafted where he was. People didn't want to deal with the circus, and because of how he treated others, he had to deal with the consequences. And to be honest, I don't feel like they were just consequences for what he did.
Yeah, let's talk about this. I find it a fascinating conversation. He drove day 2 ratings. I mean, there's no doubt. We have the evidence. He drove day 2 ratings. Shedeur falls to the 5th round. We'll talk about that coming up next. We got NBA playoffs to get to. It's a loaded show. Back to the Futures, back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to the futures on the BetMGM Network. I think one of the reasons I love doing this show, aside from like as much as I would love to keep going on some of these topics, the 1 hour is a lot of fun because it's a turn and burn. I also love that one of our super producers behind the scenes is Kenny. And Kenny is in Chicago. And so like I tell everybody during the break, like one of my favorite picks is Luther Burden fell to the second round. And I was a little surprised by that. I thought he was really good in college. I think he has good hands, he's a good route runner. And the Bears picked him up. I'm like, hey, how about that? Another weapon, Odunze. He's supposed to be a DJ Moore clone. So you got Luther, you still have DJ. Like, I like this. Cole Kmet, here we go. And Kenny, in typical Bears fashion, the Bears suck, man. Don't even bother. I'm just like, the Bears have beaten that city down, and I feel really sad because I've been there before as a fan. My football teams, they've made me feel like that before. I'm sure, Will, you're a Seahawks fan. You know how that feels. So it's just it's just funny to say something about somebody's team, and they're like, my team sucks.
Well, that's just me anytime anyone mentions the Mariners. But I will say, and I know that we're going to get back into the Shador thing, I thought the Bears had a really good draft. And I know that Colston Loveland at 10 kind of surprised a lot of people. But when you think about what you can use with him in that Ben Johnson offense, remember, Michigan didn't have a guy who could throw the ball downfield last year. Michigan would have won a lot more football games and would have been a lot better team, probably would have made the playoffs if they could have had a single guy throw the ball downfield. They went through 4 quarterbacks and none of them can do it. And one even retired halfway through the year. And they had 3-4 guys get drafted in the first round. And Will Johnson, the only reason he was a second round corner is because of all the injury issues. I really like Colston Loveland, and that dude, I don't want to say murdered Oregon, but the only reason that Michigan was in that ball game was because of Colston Loveland, and everyone knew he was the only guy that was going to get open, and he still got open. So I like how the Bears drafted, and I do really like that Loveland pick too.
We'll get into the NBA playoffs. Let's get back into Shador. So Shador falls. Everybody has him mocked in the first. Some had him mocked early second, right? It was New Orleans. It was Cleveland. It was Pittsburgh. I don't know what to do with the draft insight stuff. Like, a lot of reporting is coming out now post the draft. There's Peter Schrager is basically saying he had one of the worst interviews with the Giants. Like, Dayball gave him X's and O's stuff, and he came in not ready, kind of cocky, countering Dayball on some stuff. Like, the interview stuff comes out that he's got this or that. I just, look, you can think he's going to be good, great, backup, not in the league, whatever the take is. It doesn't really matter to me. The fact is, almost every draft pundit, I think, almost every single one, said he's the second quarterback. There were a couple that were like, third, Jackson Dart. Okay, maybe Jackson's sneaking into this thing. And the Giants thought so because they traded back in the first, took Jackson Dart in the 20s. But it was almost consensus. 5th round, like 6th quarterback. There's something bigger here. This was not a bad interview. This was not, the kid's cocky. You don't think other athletes in the NFL have come into you don't think Cam Newton was in interviews like, I'm Cam Newton. You know what I mean? Like, we know Cam Newton is now. We definitely know Cam Newton was like that. It ain't a cocky thing. It's not an ability thing. There was something bigger at play about this. Falling to the 5th round for Shedeur Sanders. And what if we find out concretely what it was, I don't know. But we know there was something about this. This was different. This was not Aaron Rodgers falling. This was something bigger at play with why he fell as far as he did.
Right. Well, it sounds to me like, and this is, taking in different readings, listening to a couple different podcasts on what it is. He just completely had the worst character, legal issues that people have ever had. I don't know if the stories are true, right? But you're hearing leaks out now. Hey, the Brian Daboll thing, he Jamarcus Russelled it. Hey, did you watch the game film? Yeah, I watched the game film. All right, what's the first play you liked? I liked them all, right? When he didn't watch anything. It seems very clear. Like there's a story about him answering a FaceTime call or something. Again, I don't know if these have been corroborated, but it sounds like he put off a lot of people. How he handled himself at the Senior Bowl, showing up, then being like, hey, you know what? I'm actually not going to play in this. And instead going to the Shrine Bowl. It seems like he treated it kind of like his dad did, right? There's a story of his dad where he's going through the draft process. He goes in, he's supposed to take this multiple choice test. He asks the team, hey, where are you guys picking in the draft? The team says, we're drafting like 8 or 9. He's like, well, I'll be taken by then. I'm out. And it sounds like Shedeur kind of took keys from his dad in that process. Well, the problem with Shedeur is he isn't viewed as the athlete that his dad was or the can't miss prospect that his dad was. I mean, you brought up Cam Newton. Cam Newton was going to go 1-1 no matter what. Cam Newton could have blown everything off and said, I'm going up to anything. Mm-hmm. He was too big of a freak. And it's clear that Shedeur wasn't that. And so he paid a price on how they viewed him and where they drafted him. That being said, based on his ability, he's not a 5th round talent. There were 2 quarterbacks drafted by the Cleveland Browns, and I watched one every single game this last year. And I think the world of Dylan Gabriel. He is a very good quarterback. He is not better than Shedeur Sanders, and he should not have been taken
5'9".
No, he should not have been taken ahead of him. And the only reason that he was taken ahead of him was because of how well he interviewed, right? And he's a good player. But more importantly, by the time he got taken, he was taken in a spot where it's, hey, you're going to be a backup. And if you are a backup for us, you're not going to be taking press conferences. Shedeur Sanders is going to be taking press conferences. Shedeur Sanders is going to be putting out Twitch, press conferences from himself. He's going to be on YouTube. He's going to be live streaming. And I wonder to a degree if teams looked at it and said, I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with the Deion circus. I don't want to deal with the constant conversation around this player when I don't know if he's going to be my starter, no doubt.
Well, the Browns have 5 quarterbacks now. Can we explain that?
Stupid.
I mean, look, let's just say you're right, okay? That the reporting that's coming out is accurate. The interviews were awful. He took a FaceTime call. He wasn't ready with some of the film stuff. Well, okay, it's all accurate. I'm not saying he shouldn't, that doesn't knock your professional looking status. I'm not saying that that's not true. But also in turn, I think we can also look at the Cleveland Browns and say, okay, you took him in the 5th round. What are you doing? You're going to keep Shedeur, Dylan Gabriel, Pickett, and Flacco, who you're going to have 4 quarterbacks? Oh, wait, no, you have 5. So, you're going to keep 5 quarterbacks? No, you're not. So, even if they like Shedeur more than Dylan Gabriel, but they took Gabriel first, what are you doing? You're quite literally throwing draft picks away. Now, the odds of hitting after the third round are really hard anyway, historically speaking, but I'm just flabbergasted by it, man. They clearly like him. They drafted him, right? So he was on their board, and maybe it was a message sent. Dion definitely had a play in this. There's no refuting it. Like, you can't come out and make that kind of noise. And I just thought, okay, he made a lot of noise, but I just thought, like, the ability, say what you want about who he had around him. Like, the kid won everywhere he was, incredibly accurate. Yeah, he's got some warts. There's no doubt. He's not the most overly athletic dude. Doesn't have the biggest arm. He takes a lot of bad sacks. Yeah, I agree. I also, if he has pass protection, feel like he can carve up a defense. Like, he can read a defense. I watched him make multiple big throws in 2 years at Colorado. And yeah, we can make fun of the number retirement, but like, Colorado was literally one of the most irrelevant big-time programs in major college football until his dad, Shador, and Travis Hunter got there. And so it's like, I don't know what the full explanation is. It's probably a combination of all of these things, but I also think we should just as loudly be saying, what are the Cleveland Browns doing? Like, we just gave them credit for a great trade, and then they went and drafted multiple quarterbacks? Like, what are we doing?
I wonder if that was an edict from above, if you will. Like, it seems like, and maybe I'm doing a body language expert thing, and you know what? I went to school for a communications degree in sport management, not in body language. But it did seem like some of the front office and the GM head coach didn't look super excited about the pick being made. It seemed like maybe, hey, the owner came in. It's not the first time that he's done this before. Remember the Deshaun Watson thing? That all came down because the owner said, hey, I'm willing to fully guarantee everything. I'll pay him whatever he wants. So it's not like Cleveland has been known for being the most well-run organization because an owner likes to get his hands in the mix. But the other thing about this too, and as much as we might rip on Shador or we question why what happened, if you are Shador Sanders, I think this is the best case scenario on the team that you landed with. Because he's going to be in a Stefanski system where he is going to ask you to get rid of the ball quickly and accurately. He's not going to ask you to make deep, long throws because everyone remembers the knock on Shador is his arm strength. The strengths of Shador
is he going to make the team?
Well, here I have a hard time seeing.
You're going to cut you're going to cut the third round guy, who we all know is not as good as Shador. You're going to keep the fifth round guy, and then he's going to play where? Behind the guy you just signed or the other guy you just traded for? Like, that's what makes this laughable. It might have been the owner, Will, but they look like that because they know how stupid it looks that they did this. It's just, I'm stunned that he falls to the fifth round. I'm just as equally stunned about what they're doing. Like, who are you cutting? You got to cut one of them. I don't get it.
They're going to cut the old guy. They're going to move on from Joe Flacco. And let's not act like Kenny Pickett has been.
They just signed him like a week and a half ago. What are we doing?
I'm not out here saying it's smart. I'm not.
Good
I'm not
Lord.
at all. I'm just saying. I'm telling you, they're going to get rid of old Joe Flacco, who should have been retired 4 years ago. And they are going to make it work with one of these three kids. And don't be shocked if, week 12 on Thursday Night Football, Shador Sanders is trotting out there as a starting quarterback of the Cleveland Browns. Like, doesn't that make all the most sense where all three of these kids get a shot at it? And again, the things about Shador where you talk about, hey, these are his strengths. That's what Kevin Stefanski wants in a quarterback. That's why everyone thought that they could see him go to them at 3, or when they traded back, why they thought he could go to them at 5. People were saying, hey, it could be Cleveland because they need a QB, and his strengths fit the strengths of what that offense wants to be. Is any of it smart? No. Even the big mock draft experts were like, Dylan Gabriel in the 3rd round? Like, we're pretty sure you could have got him in the 6th. So there's no smart play here. The only smart thing they did was get all the picks for Travis Hunter to be able to waste one on either Dylan Gabriel or Shador, or waste 2. But if there was a team that you were going to land with, he needed to land with a team that was going to value being efficient with the football and making short and medium passes accurately. That is this Cleveland Browns team.
Let's quickly get to some NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year odds here. We have 3 minutes left. I want to get to some NBA. We got a good one cooking up right now, third quarter in Orlando, or the Orlando Magic within striking distance of tying the series against the defending champions. It's pretty interesting. Here are the odds according to BetMGM. Ashton Genty's the favorite at 2-1. Cam Ward is next at plus 230. Hunter is third at plus 750. Then Tyler Shuck 12-1. T-Mac 14-1. Shador 15-1. Omari and Hampton 16-1. Judkins at 18-1. Trayvon Henderson 2,000, so plus 20-1. Colston Loveland, who you like, 22-1. Golden 25-1. Dart 28-1. Warren 30-1. Caleb Johnson 30. Milroe 30. Emeka Egbuka 30. And then after that, it just kind of trails off more and more and more. Is there a name standing out for you, Will Ortner, that you want to gamble on in the all-too-early NFL bets for Offensive Rookie of the Year? Where are we at?
Well, there's 3, right? Like, Ashton Genty makes the most sense. He's going to be in a Pete Carroll system, and they're going to run the football. And that's all they're going to do because Pete Carroll is going to run the ball 2 out of the 3 times and play good defense and hope that the game is close in the 4th. So Ashton Genty makes most immediate sense. Cam Ward, obviously, he's the number 1 quarterback. I said, if you're going to throw money, throw money on the number 1 quarterback. He's going to be with the Titans. Now, I think the Titans are going to struggle this year. I think they are going to take a step up. I do think that Cam Ward can be better at times than Will Levis, but I also think at times Cam Ward will have a game or two where you go, what was he doing there? And he cost them a game because of a lackadaisical interception or him trying to force the issue that doesn't need to be forced. Now, the one pick that I was alluding to earlier, and I think it could be interesting, that's T-Mac at 14-1. And the reason for T-Mac at 14-1, now hold on here with me. This is you're going to put a quarter on it, right? Here's the reason for it. T-Mac is going to be the number 1 wide receiver for Bryce Young. Bryce Young has clearly taken a step forward with Canales as his head coach and QB coach. He looked a lot better at the end of the year. Xavier Leggett, he was fantastic last year, but T-Mac is much more of a Mike Evans type where you're going to get consistent throws to him, and you have the big, deep threat ability there. T-Mac is one where just because he'd be the number 1 option right away, I think you might throw some money on him.
Good bet there, 14-1. Great value for Offensive Rookie of the Year. NBA playoffs, man, what a weekend. What some series are. We'll update you and talk about them next. Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Boy, we have got a good one cooking up right now in Orlando in the third quarter. Boston up 69-68. We'll give you an update by the end of the show of where everything sits as the Magic look to try to tie the series with the Celtics. Before we get into the other NBA playoff matchups, we had a great Laker-Timberwolf game right now, or earlier today. The Clippers and Nuggets game yesterday. My Lord, the way that ended. I want to give you guys a heads up. We are a family here at the BetMGM Network, and so I want to give you the heads up that tune in tomorrow morning. NFL Hall of Famer Joe Thomas, formerly of the Browns, will join the Daily Tip at 8:20 Eastern, 5:20 Pacific. The former Browns lineman will talk all things Cleveland Browns draft, Shedeur Sanders, and more. Maybe Joe Thomas will have an answer for why you would draft two quarterbacks, one in the third, one in the fifth, and also trading out of the Travis Hunter slot and going with Mason Graham. So Joe Thomas tomorrow morning, 8:20 a.m. Eastern. Set your alarm, set your reminder. The Daily Tip will have NFL Hall of Famer Joe Thomas. Let's get to the NBA playoffs. Let's just start with the game that we had earlier today. The Knicks-Pistons game was the first one, but after that was T-Wolves-Lakers. And after today's doozy, the Timberwolves are up 3-1 in this series. They win 116-113. Interesting notes out of this one. Anthony Edwards became the 5th player ever with 5 or more 40-point playoff games at the age of 25. He had 43, 9, and 6. He shot 5 of 10 from 3. Randall had 25 and 7. Jaden McDaniels was big in this one, again, defensively and offensively. I thought Naz Reid kind of set the tone for them of stretching the floor and what he did pressure-wise on switches. And right now the series odds are T-Wolves minus 500 at BetMGM. The Lakers are a plus 385. LeBron did score 0 points in the fourth quarter, but I would say if you watched that game, LeBron's defense kind of kept them in it, helped them keep the lead when they had it, and ultimately the Lakers played just 5 players in that second half. Nobody substituted in. It was the same 5 guys for J.J. Redick, and Anthony Edwards and the T-Wolves are up 3-1. Will Ortner, how are we feeling about that series? Are you ready to wave the white flag? Is it over?
Well, I feel pretty good about my future that I took at the beginning of the series. We talked about it 2 weeks ago. Went with the Wolves plus 160, I believe is what I got it. But I need this one to go back to Minnesota. I need a game 6. I do have a parlay cooking right now. I had the Clippers-Denver series going 6 games. I had the Lakers T-Wolves going 6 games, and I had the Rockets and Golden State going 6 games. So I got one of the legs there already. I need one win from the Rockets and the Lakers to get the other 2 legs there. So I would like this game and this series to continue to move forward. I think when you look at this game, Doris Burke just kept harping on it. But Naz Reid in the fourth quarter of this series, specifically in this game, when they needed a big bucket, he came up with every single shot. He hasn't missed in the fourth quarter of this series, Sprague. In the fourth quarter, when you throw the ball to Naz Reid, he is going to hit a big shot. And what the Lakers kept doing was throwing that double team, that blitz coverage at Ant Edwards, so he had to pass it up. Kudos to him for taking some growth forward from last year, because last year I think he would have taken the 2-on-1 and he would have tried to beat both defenders. He's making good passes now, and whether it's McDaniels or Randall or Naz Reid, they get the open look and they are just knocking down every single shot that they take. You were worried about it going into this series of how would the youth match up with the old wisdom that the Lakers have, and it's clear that the youth is starting to overcome whatever wisdom that the Lakers have, led by LeBron.
Lakers are a 5.5-point favorite. The over-under is 210.5 according to BetMGM for Game 5. I know you have the series going 6. It was a tough series to read. I feel like the Lakers are going to get to the line more because J.J. Redick mentioned something, but they just don't have depth. What are we seeing from this series? They don't have the bigs. They don't have the depth. And look, LeBron's been remarkable in year 22, age 40. He had to play 46 minutes today, and I think he almost had to give everything he had on defense, and he had some big moments defensively. One got switched over call-wise into a foul call on him, but he couldn't do anything offensively. The Lakers looked like they lost their legs. Austin Reeves was not very good in the fourth quarter of this game. Luka Doncic looked pretty gassed. I think the Timberwolves can end this thing in L.A., and I thought this thing can go at least 6, maybe 7. But I think the T-Wolves can do it because I think they're too deep. They have too many guys that it's too difficult for L.A. And L.A. is going to have to look to add a big. They're going to have to look to change up that bench a little bit because if you can't play those guys at all, I don't know what that says about you. Let's go to the Clippers-Nuggets series. This one tied at 2. How about this game yesterday? The Nuggets went up by as many as 22, and then the Clippers came back all the way back. And at the final moment, Nuggets with the ball, tie game. Jokic just does a turnaround 3 because he feels like he has to. It's a terrible shot. It misses everything entirely. And Aaron Gordon, who, by the way, earlier in this game, got into a little brouhaha with James Harden and the Clips. Aaron Gordon's perfect time, perfect moment. It looks like the NC State upset of Houston just absolutely grabs it out of the air and dunks it right at the buzzer, and I mean a millisecond difference between them winning the game and the game going to overtime, and they needed that one. This series is tied at 2, headed back to Denver.
Yeah, I still feel good if I'm the Clippers. Like, your two losses are a crazy buzzer beater. Like, how many buzzer beater dunks have you seen? And
That was the
that's what
first one I've
gets
seen
you.
in the NBA like that.
Right. Like, literally, it couldn't have gone a tenth of a second more. The buzzer is going off like as it leaves his fingertips, right? And then in the other game that you lose game one in Denver, where you kind of have control of it and you just dribble it down your leg, figuratively and literally, right? James Harden has a bad turnover late. Kawhi Leonard has a bad turnover late. If I'm the Clippers, I feel good about where I'm at. I feel like the Clippers are going to win this one in 6. I don't think it goes 7 like we thought early on. Kawhi Leonard looks like he's gone back to Toronto Raptors Kawhi Leonard, tail end of his time in San Antonio Kawhi Leonard, where he's just going to decide, hey, you're not going to score for the next 4 or 5 minutes if I'm guarding you. I'm going to clamp you down, and I'm going to get a couple steals. If Powell and Dunn can continue to hit big shots like they have been, I just like where they're at. When you look at Denver, you never know what you're going to get out of Michael Porter Jr. anyways. Now he's dealing with a shoulder issue. Jamal Murray hasn't been absolutely lighting the world on fire. It feels like it's kind of Jokic and Gordon willing everybody else. Christian Braun's been okay, I guess. So if I'm the Clippers, I have to like where I'm at. But the more and more that this series goes, the longer it goes, I worry about how they're going to hold up going up against the Thunder in the next round, because the Thunder, they took care of business on Saturday, and now they just get to sit back, rest, wait. And I really do think that resting after winning that first round series in a sweep is going to pay dividends in the next series, but more importantly, in the Western Conference Finals and in the NBA Finals if OKC does get there.
Yeah, I'm curious. The Clippers are the favorite of the series. That feel right to you?
Yes. Yeah. I bet him at -110. So it's been an even better bet since when I got him. I think it's the Clippers. I think the Nuggets are lucky to have the 2 wins that they do. I'm grateful because it means the series went 6 games, but I think they are lucky to have it at 2-2.
Yeah, I got the Clippers with plus money when the series was released. Like the next day it flipped to Clippers minus money, so I was happy to have it. I also think they win it in 6, but man, you play with fire. Jokic was awesome in that game, and I know he airballed it, but like he's just going to do that every single game, and that's going to keep them in it every single game. They're going to need Aaron Gordon to be great, and they're going to need Jamal Murray to be great, I think, to have a shot at this one. Let's get to the you mentioned OKC. They swept the Grizzlies, who didn't have Ja Morant in their final game. They swept the Grizzlies, and they largely didn't get that typical SGA performance. I think it's a good sign for Oklahoma City going to the next round. How about the Knicks-Pistons earlier today, AM game for us out here on the West Coast? The Knicks come back in the fourth quarter, a dominant third quarter by the Pistons after trailing at the half. Brunson gets injured. Cade Cunningham is awesome. And Tobias Harris is great. They build this lead. It's in the fourth quarter. Boom. Karl-Anthony Towns hits an over-the-backboard fadeaway shot, which is just remarkable. He then hits a into-the-shot clock buzzer-beating 3 with 47 seconds left. They were down 2, 93-91. That gives them the 1-point lead, and it looked like a 90s basketball game. Comes down to the end, and Tim Hardaway Jr. shoots the 3 at the horn. Josh Hart contests. They miss. Knicks go up 3-1, but the NBA comes out after and says that should have been a foul call, which if I'm a Pistons fan or a player, I hate that because now I'm just like sitting in the what if of my life. But the Knicks are up 3-1, and they go back to New York looking to put the series away in 5.
Yeah, look, I owe you an apology from 2 weeks ago. Like, we went into this series, and I believe it was Pistons plus 320 or 325, whatever it was, and we were having the discussion. I said, how is it possible that the Pistons are this high? You know, how can I get them at this good of odds? And you said, look, it's going to be a team that's done it before and a team that hasn't done it before. And Pistons fans can complain all they want about that foul call because it should have been called. It is a foul in 47 minutes of that basketball game. But because it's in the final minute, refs swallowed their whistle and didn't make that call. You still should have won this game. The amount of missed shots that you had early on, the turnovers, my goodness, the turnovers in the first half 19. Of this game. Remember, at one point, the Pistons were down double digits to this Knicks team. If they don't have that incredible third quarter, they're not even in this basketball game. And it's clear after this game in game 4 and in game 1 where you're up and you let the Knicks go on a 21-0 run that this Pistons team, they're just not quite ready for prime time. This is going to be a very good franchise, and we are going to see them in the postseason for the next 5 to 6 years for sure, as long as injuries go their way. But right now, you are a team that's getting their first taste of the postseason, and you don't know how to handle it. And when the lights get brightest, Jalen Brunson and Cat, they come out and they make the big plays. And if it's not Cade Cunningham, the Pistons haven't made those big plays in this series.
Very, very quickly, Will, like super fast. Rockets lose in a game where everybody thought they would win. No Jimmy Butler. Steph was awesome. Are the Rockets, can they win this series, or is this one, was that the game they should have taken?
That was the one they had to take. They don't have the offense to win this series. I'm hoping they can snake a game, but just watch this Rockets team and go, who's going to get a bucket? Because I don't know who it's going to be.
Yeah, that's a tough one, man. It felt like a game that they let slip. It might be the series, so the Warriors are up in that series as well. That's going to do it for us. Thank you to our super producer, Kenny. Thank you so much to Zach, who does a great job. For Will Ortner, I'm Brandon Sprague. We'll talk to you guys next week. Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. Back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, "Ring that bell!" He said, "Ring that bell!"
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, "Ring that bell!" He said, "Ring that bell!"
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos.
Yeah, he actually moves that way, although he's a little bit sloppy right now, so maybe a meandering line to get here, to get his parlay of the day out there to the masses. And then after that, we're going to say hello to our little friend. We're going to roll the shoulders and get seduced by the juice. And, of course, work at some bonus time bets as well. Then another edition of Better Up, all Major League Baseball all the time. Had a lot of day action today. Really only one game that we're going to cover on the later night tip, but there could be some futures that we're willing to fire off on. So it's kind of an open platform for Batter Up tonight, and we're going to lock and load as much action as we can. Trevor Lane is then going to drop by. We're going to talk LA Lakers, big one tonight, against the Minnesota Timberwolves, trying to stave off elimination at home there in SoCal. We're going to broaden as well and get Trevor's thoughts on the rest of the NBA playoffs. And then from there, appropriately enough, another edition of Hoops Scoops. All of our NBA plays could be tonight, could be tomorrow, could be on the immediate horizon in the future. Some NFL news and notes, some interesting names out there making the rounds on that circuit. Rachel Dory, supremely intelligent, outstanding COO of Betalytics, always cranking the model, always churning out some quality wagers. We're going to get her insights on the NBA, on Major League Baseball, and, of course, her love, her passion, the National Hockey League. And then from there, NFL season-long props. Yes, they're live! And they are spectacular. So if you're willing to tie up your money for months on end without any interest gained, that will be the segment for you. And two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average viewers and listeners of this fine program. If you have any questions for us, could be the NBA, could be Major League Baseball, could be the NHL, or Maybe you're already thinking about the NFL, or maybe you're already thinking about your fantasy football draft. We're here to bounce some ideas off of. By all means, all you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: season-long player props the NFL are beginning to surface. Looking at quarterbacks, which past TD's prop has the best chance to cash the over? Out of Jalen Hurts over 19.5 passing touchdowns at a -115. Joe Burrow over 32.5 passing touchdowns at a -115. Jaden Daniels over 21.5 passing touchdowns at a -140. Or Lamar Jackson over 28.5 passing touchdowns at a -110. Nearly 110 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show. We'll give you a shout out on air. So again, keep firing those on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Let me bring in my esteemed and handsome colleague, Ryan Horvat. Horvey, it was kind of a scant NFL news today, but right before the show started, I saw that the Buffalo Bills picked up Elijah Moore on a 1-year contract. Look at the wide receiver room, a little bit crowded and largely mediocre. Khalil Shakir is likely going to be the A option for Josh Allen in this offense. But is Keon Coleman going to step up? Is Curtis Samuel going to be a guy that still has a roster spot? I mean, there was a lot of question marks in that wide receiver room. And here is a mind-blowing stat on Elijah Moore. A, he's only 25 years old. I would have said he's a heck of a lot older than that. But B, last season with the Cleveland Browns, he finished among all wideouts in the NFL, number 6 in total route wins and just inside the top 25 in route win percentage. So if he's getting that kind of separation, given the accuracy, given just the production of Josh Allen, he could be sneaky good in this offense. I know he was south of 600 yards receiving last year, but maybe, just maybe, he could be a diamond in the rough for you fantasy fans that are out there. So your thoughts on Elijah Moore going to Buffalo and your general thoughts on this wide receiver and receiving room there in Western New York?
Yeah, I really liked him coming out of Ole Miss, man, right? Like, he's a slot receiver, but weirdly enough, he's actually run most of his routes in his career, at least in the NFL, from the outside. He's played for 3 different offensive coordinators in 4 seasons. Like you said, it's a crowded wide receiver room, but I don't hate adding depth. I would have rather them go out and get an X receiver. Like, I wish, like if T. Higgins were to leave Cincinnati, instead they end up signing him, I would have liked to see them go out and get somebody like that, a red zone threat. That's supposed to be Keon Coleman, and maybe that happens this season. But you have Shakir, you obviously have Josh Palmer, and then we'll see what we get this season from Dalton Kincaid. And Dawson Knox, is probably still going to get some targets, unfortunately, as well. But I don't hate it, for kind of a buy low pickup. He did have over 60 receptions last season. The quarterback play hasn't been very great, but like you said, he could create separation. He does win on his routes. The catch rate, not great, but this is going to be the best quarterback he's played with, obviously, Josh Allen. And Josh Allen last year had his best season, an MVP season, where he didn't have a Stephon Diggs, right? Not even a Gabe Davis. There was nobody that he had to get the ball to 8 to 10 times, 8 to 10 targets per game. And that's when he had his best season, kind of playing like the point guard role. So I don't hate it. We'll see. I won't be shocked if he has 35 to 45 receptions. But that is, like you said, a crowded wide receiver room.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But keep them in mind, in the beer fuzzy hours of your fantasy draft, if you're at a 14-team or deeper league. I play in one right here in the ILL with a bunch of buddies that I've known forever, going back to the high school days. We gather and we do a salary cap / auction draft. He'd be a perfect $1 flyer. He makes this roster. He gets a starting spot, whether it's in the slot, whether it's working outside. He can establish a rhythm, establish a flow with Josh Allen. You just never know. It could get unlocked. Again, he's still only 25 years old, and that separation skill that he possesses is well documented. All right, let's go ahead and get after it on our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays tonight. Could be on the diamond, could be on the hardwood, could be on the ice. So, Ryan Horvath, you, my man, are always batting lead off. Slap one into the outfield and go ahead and catch a bag or maybe touch them all. What do you got?
Man, speaking of batting leadoff, wish I would have bet Kyle Schwarber to homer. I just saw him hit a one-handed just dinger just now. But I got the Rockets tonight. We'll see how this goes, man. Fading the Warriors in a closeout game. Jimmy Butler probably goes off for like 40-plus points. But season on the line here for the Rockets. Youth definitely showing in this series. Like I said, Jimmy Butler's back. They got to get Jalen Green going here. He was their leading scorer in the regular season. Yeah. Just can't get going, though. He had 38 points game 2, but every other game he scored in single digits. So I am going to go with the Rockets with the season on the line. I like the money line a little bit more than 4 or 4.5. You could probably wait bet this thing live, man, if Golden State does come out hot. But I'll go with the Rockets, 3-1 series, and pray that they don't let me down, kind of like the Clippers did last night.
All right, numero uno on my card. I'm going to go with the New York Metropolitan, and that being Pete Alonso. And I think the power of Pete is going to come through tonight against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Give me the over on 1.5 HRR, hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as her, here on BetMGM tonight. It's a minus 122, so awfully palatable on this prop, especially when you consider the history against Mr. Burns. That being Corbin Burns, taking them out for Arizona. He is 6 for 15 lifetime as Alonso against Mr. Burns. 4 extra base hits, and of those 4, 3 have been 4 home runs. Go along with 7 RBIs. A guy that's batting 400 in his career against Burns with over a 1,500 OPS. He has gone over 1.5 on the HR in 5 of his last 7 games. This month, Pete Alonso batting .362 with a 1,161 OPS. And cherry on top of the Sunday, Corbin Burns, 4.05 ERA, and it could get much worse. A 5.23 expected ERA and a sky-high 52% hard hit rate allowed. So I think Pete Alonso is going maybe not going to run, maybe hit one over the fence, maybe collect a couple of hits. I don't care how he gets there, but I'm taking the over. 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBI at a minus 120 there at BetMGM. Numeros on your card. Horvey, what else you got?
All right, let's see if we could stay hot on the ice. This is where I've had the most success the last couple weeks. Other than the NFL draft, it's been the Stanley Cup playoffs. Tonight, I'm going to go back to the Panthers, actually, on the road here. They went from minus 105 to minus 115. Tampa Bay's at home, minus 105. I like Florida to win the series here, though, man. I know that a lot of people like Tampa tonight. I like Florida. I don't think that they're going to be playing with any pressure. Like I said, they could clinch the series, so I think they'll probably play more of a freestyle of hockey because they can't get eliminated here. And they've been really good on the road. Tampa, in Tampa, I should say, they've won 7 of their last 9 in Tampa. So let's go with Florida to finish up this series, about to start right now. I also like the Caps. That's about to start right now, but they're minus 190. I bet both of those, and then I parlayed those together. So see what we get on the ice tonight.
Oh, you hit me at the fancy P word there, that being parlay. Let's stay in Tampa. Yeah. I'm going to go the little same game parlay for me. Give me the Rays plus 1.5 on the alt run line, and give me Drew Rasmussen under 5.5 strikeouts at a plus 112 juice. The Rays going against the Royals, so bet all the R's there. Look at Rasmussen. He has been under 5.5 strikeouts in 3 of 5 games. He's got a handsome 9.47 K per 9, but again, that's a bit deceiving. Only a 27.3 call plus swinging strike rate this year. That's not exactly terrific. And Kansas City, over the last 2 weeks, has the lowest strikeout percentage in all of Major League Baseball, only punching out on 17.8% of their plate appearances. The Royals took game 1 3-1, but both these teams in the same vicinity in WRC+. Tampa, number 24, KC even worse at number 26 over the last couple of weeks. So I think tonight the Rays may not win this, but they're going to keep it within 1 run. So on the same game parlay, give me Tampa plus 1.5 on the run line, and Drew Rasmussen taking them out for the Rays at an under on 5.5 Ks at a plus 112 juice built there at BetMGM. Numero Trace on your card. Bring us home.
All right, kind of buried the lead on this one, but if the Rockets are going to win and cover for me, I'm going to need Jalen Green to get his head out of his ass, right? I said, he had 38 game 2, went over his point prop, obviously. Since then, and before then, game 1, hasn't done anything, though, man. Hasn't scored more than 8 points. I'm going to go discounted price, though, over 16.5 points. It's minus 105. It's actually minus 125 to the under, but we're going to go with the over. Jalen Green to score 17 tonight and the Rockets to cover. What could go wrong?
He is so long overdue, man. Maybe it's going to be another 30-point outburst like he had earlier in this series. All right, going back to that same game, get a different wager on the board. I'm going to play a little same-game parlay. Give me the under on the all-total in Warriors and Rockets, 208.5. Then give me Alperen Şengün to record a double-double. And somehow, some way, I get the plus money with that. Built there at BetMGM at plus 104. You look at the total. Game 1, it was 180 points combined. Game 2, 203. Game 3, 197. Game 4 is the only one that's gone over. This all total at 208.5, and that was at 215. So it's been under in 3 of 4 games. Why? Well, the calling card for both these teams is playing outstanding overall defense. The Warriors number 4 and defensive rating here in this NBA postseason, giving up just 1.074 points per possession. The Rockets at number 7 in that category, giving up 1.095 points per possession. Meanwhile, for Şengün, he has gone for a double-double in 3 of 4 games in this series, averaging 22.3 points per game and 11.5 boards per game. So, again, the under 208.5 and Şengün to get the double-double plus 104 there at BetMGM. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, Parlay P's going to drop on by. We're going to get seduced by the juice and say hello to our little friend. Don't you go anywhere. We're just getting warmed up. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Tonight, Pride the Big Noise Evans with Ryan Horvath in the house on this whole day edition of the show. Parlay P's got to drop on by here momentarily. We're going to say hello to our little friend. We're going to get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time wagers as well. And our phone lines are always open. You want to talk little fantasy football with us, maybe some NFL futures that you were pondering, Major League Baseball, the NBA, the NHL. Simple way to contact Horvey and I. We're very interactive, and our arms are always open and welcoming to our listeners. So pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: season-long player props the NFL are beginning to surface. Looking at quarterbacks, which pass TD's prop has the best chance to cash the over? Out of Jalen Hurts over 19.5 touchdowns at minus 115. Joe Burrow over 32.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 115. Jaden Daniels over 21.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 140. And last and certainly not least, Lamar Jackson over 28.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 110. Nearly 110 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming. And fire off a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show. We'll give you a shout out on air. So again, keep dropping those in on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. And speaking of the king of sportsbooks, let me tell you about the sweet promo going down right now at BetMGM. BetMGM account holders will receive an any sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with a Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. You can use your token with Parlay Pete tonight. So opt in right now on the any sport Parlay Boost token only at BetMGM. And let me yell at my rum drunk friend right now to get over here. Hey, you not so hot pirate guy, get over here. Yar, shiver me timbers. I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay P's got a little action tonight. And he, of course, is going to the world of Major League Baseball and the Texas Rangers game, taking on the Athletics of whatever they are, Sacramento, I guess, NorCal, Yukon territory. I mean, apply
Planet
whatever.
Earth.
Planet Earth, somewhere in the Milky Way. But yeah, they're taking on the A's. Parlay Pete, Legny Maruno, and the SGP got to go with the Rangers on the alt run line at plus 1.5, so they can lose by a run and still cover this one. Legny Maruno's got to jack up the total to 12.5 and hit the under. And leg numero tres, Nathan Eovaldi taking the ball for the Rangers, and he believes, Parlay Pete, that Eovaldi is going to cash the under on 1.5 walks issued. So on that dos and tres, that three-legger, mi amigos, I'm going to reserve the juice. Let me give the reason straight from Parlay Pete's hand. Again, late numero uno, the Rangers plus 1.5. They lost game one, but they covered that alt run line. They lost a game 2-1. They won game 2 last night, 15-2. They absolutely clobbered the A's. So cool down the bats, likely to be expected with Eovaldi and Severino taking the mound for the Athletics. Severino only a 0.64 road ERA this season. By the way, Texas 11-4 straight up at home this year. Parlay Pete believes they're going to cover that plus 1.5 on the run line. Leg numero dos, the under on 12.5 runs. Again, you look at where Texas has been, kind of middle pack in WRC plus the last couple of weeks. The A's at number 11. in WRC Plus, but it's all about the pitchers taking the bump. As Severino, again, a 0.64 road ERA this season. Eovaldi, 2.21 ERA. So under 12.5 sounds a mighty fine to Parlay Pete. That's why he's got it there as leg numero dos and leg numero tres. Nathan Eovaldi, under 1.5 walks. Eovaldi has done this in 5 of 6 starts this season, a microscopic 0.74 walks per 9 mark. And you look at the A's over the last couple of weeks, they're only number 24 in base on balls percentage in all of Major League Baseball. Earn that free pass only 7.1% of their plate appearances. So to recap, yeah, shiver me timber. Parlay Pete going with the Rangers plus 1.5 on the run line. Going also with the game under on the all total 12.5. And going with third and final leg, Nathan Eovaldi under 1.5 walks. And that works out to a cool plus 122 there at BetMGM. All right, time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is the phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brandon.
Oh, yeah.
I know what everybody out there's thinking, Brad. They're thinking, man, it's been 26 minutes. And you guys haven't even got to the biggest game of the week. We've talked Major League Baseball, Stanley Cup playoffs, NBA playoffs. But Friday night, I don't know if you guys know this, but we got a big one. It's week 5, and the Arlington Renegades are going to pay a visit to the Dome at America Center for a UFL Week 5 game against the St. Louis Battlehawks. And we're going to take the dog here. We're going to take the Arlington Renegades. They're catching 2.5. They just lost to the Defenders last Sunday here in D.C., 33-27. But they opened the season with 2 straight wins. Now they're 1-2 over their last 3. I like them to bounce back. St. Louis snapped their 2-game losing streak because they beat the Michigan Panthers at home last week, but it was a fluky 32-27 win. Renegades are much better defensively, and I think they're going to be able to shut down that rushing attack. It's probably my favorite bet, sadly, of the week. I really like the Arlington Renegades plus 2.5. I think there's a reason that hasn't hit 3, and I like them on the money line, plus 125. If you guys want to get a little weird and cheer for Luis Perez with me on a Friday night, let's go Renegades. That's the sledgehammer right there.
Yeah, I mean, betting on the UFL is like putting ketchup on your hot dog. I don't know how you feel about that, Horvat, but I think it should be a criminal offense. I don't agree with that. You're 5 years old into permanence. If you are still doing that, you are embarrassing the tube meat that deserves mustard all diggity day long, and some neon relish as well. All right, I am going to go back to the diamond, and you guys know I love the walks prop, so here we go. Daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go. Ooh. All right, my sledgehammer special tonight. Let's go to the Southsiders of the land of mustard only on the hot dog of Chicago, that being the White Sox. They're going against the Milwaukee Brewers. This one being played at guaranteed rate. I like Tobias Myers to go over 1.5 walks against the Southsiders there at a minus 130 juice. Now, Myers only has 1 start this season. But in that 1 start against San Francisco Giants, he had not 1, not 2, not 3, 4 walks in that first start. Now, last season, more respectable 2.35 walks per 9 mark. Only went over 1.5 walks in 8 of 25 starts. You might say that was more of an anomalous performance, but I ain't buying it. The White Sox are actually been pretty patient at the dish this season, number 13 the last couple of weeks, and base on balls percentage, generating that free pass on 9.3% of their plate appearances. So my sledgehammer special tonight, Tobias Myers of the Milwaukee Brewers, give me the over 1.5 walks at a minus 130 against Chicago. All right, time to roll the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Oh, plus money all the time. Oh, bartender injected into my veins. I need to pack a buzz so desperately on this Wednesday. So, Horvat, please serve me up.
All right, play number 1 was Florida tonight against Tampa Bay. We're going to go back to the ice. This one coming up a little bit later. Man, 9:30 p.m. puck drop. Actually, not too bad. Don't have to stay up too late. Out in Winnipeg, The Jets are minus 175 now. So St. Louis down to plus 145. Bet this earlier at plus 150. Total in the game 5.5. I think finally in this series, a road team wins a game. Both teams have won both games at home. Winnipeg went up in this series 2-0. I feel like the Blues now have all the momentum, and they look like right now the better team. They've scored 16 goals in this series. They've been much better defensively, only giving up 10. I think finally a road team's going to win. I like St. Louis. They were one of the hottest teams in the NHL. I'll roll with them tonight. It went from plus 150 to plus 145, and I like that one quite a bit.
All right, I'm going to go back to the NBA playoffs, and I'm going to zero in on a Houston Rocket, Alperen Şengün. Give me the over on 1.5 steals, and I'm going to really vigorously roll their shoulders because I got very seduced by the juice at a plus 155 there at BetMGM. You look at Şengün. He is at the over on 1.5 steals and 3 of 4 in this series. He went 3 steals in game 1. 2 in game 2, 0 in game 3, and then 2 again in the last performance. He's averaging 1.8 steals per game in this NBA series. You look at the regular season, also against Golden State, hit the over in 2 of 4 matchups. So he's done this quite consistently throughout the entire year. And you look at Golden State, middle of the pack. They've allowed the 8th most opponent steals per game at 7.3, but those active hands slapping the leather away, securing it. I think it's got to happen not once, but twice at a minimum for Alperen Şengün. So give me the over 1.5 steals there at a very juicy plus 155. And I got that locked and loaded. All right, we got some bonus time. That's as well. Let's get another opportunity on the board. Could be on the diamond, could be on the ice, could be on the hardwood. Maybe you're looking ahead to action on the gridiron in the NFL. I don't give a damn, Horvat. Just give me another stinking bet.
Yeah, we got a good start. Ovechkin scores another goal, so 1-0 Washington. We go back to the diamond. This one's going to be a little gross, but you talked about it, man. I like the White Sox tonight. Now, I'm kind of a coward. I just took them on the run line. The standard 1.5, which is minus 130. Don't hate the money line, plus 136, either against the Brewers. You kind of said it. I mean, Tobias Harris has really struggled with his control. And the White Sox are going with my main man, Shane Smith. Nothing gets me fired up on a Wednesday in the summer than talking some Shane Smith. But, he's actually done a pretty good job right now in the 56th percentile in expected batting average, 60th percentile in barrel percentage. His off-speed stuff's been pretty good. He's in the 98th percentile. And the Brewers, I don't fully trust them. I don't trust this lineup. And their bullpen has been a little rough, man. 0-3 with a 3.48 ERA over their last 9 games when they've been relied on. So let's go with the White Sox to keep this one close. On the south side of Chicago tonight, plus 1.5, minus 130.
Yeah, it's all about that White Sox hat, man. I love that call right there. I'm going to go the NFL, and I am going to zero in on Travis Hunter. And, this is real, and it's an absolute spectacular season-long wide receiver yards prop. And I think Hunter is going to play more snaps than some people believe at the wide receiver position. In fact, I think it's going to be maybe 78% of his snap share. We may see him more infrequently playing on defense, but I'm going to take the over on 650.5 receiving yards in year numero uno there for the Jacksonville Jaguars at a minus 125 juice. My buddy Mike Clay at ESPN's got it projected for 110 targets, 74 receptions, and Horvat 885 yards and 5 touchdowns. Again, this number is 650.5. The guy is all about explosivity. He's going to be able to get a step on any defender in the NFL. Yeah, that game is going to transfer quite smoothly, quite nicely to the next level, whether he's on up in the slot or outside. He can play both those positions. He is going to get that extra step on the defender, and it's all a matter of, Trevor Lawrence be able to find him early and often. Jacksonville, leaky, susceptible defensively last year. That's why they have the 13th highest pass rate of any team in the NFL, throwing it on 58.3% of their snaps. It's going to be a similar story that may unfold this year. They finished number 31 in EPA per play defense last season. So put all together, I know Brian Thomas is going to be the wide receiver 1, but he's got to draw a lot of double coverage, and Travis Hunter in mano-a-mano situations is going to win and going to win often. And again, it's all a matter of Lawrence. Find him in the open field. I think it'll be enough there of those connections for him to hit the over on 650.5 receiving yards at a -125. Horvat, your thoughts on this prop tied to Travis Hunter?
Oh, yeah, I would only tell you on this one, man. I bet him to win Offensive Rookie of the Year because I think he's going to play primarily on the offensive side of the ball, probably play third downs, man coverage for the Jags. I think that's why they move up and they take him at number 2, right? Like, they are going to get him the football. They're going to use him on the offensive side of the ball. What I like is, in college, he lined up primarily on the outside, but I think he's going to play more in the slot. Diami Brown, I like the player, but I don't think you really got to worry about him. Brian Thomas Jr. is a stud. If anything, this might affect his fantasy value, but I think Travis Hunter is going to catch a ton of screens. He's going to be the yak god there. I think he's going to be a stud, so I really like that prop quite a bit.
Yeah, I do too, and that's why I already locked it in. All right, we got to lock ourselves into a little siesta. When we come back, another edition of Better Up, all Major League Baseball all the time. Stick around. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't worry. In 5 minutes, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat are swinging for profits on BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Ruiz again blocks it. Here comes Stott. The throw not in time. The Phillies win it. Bryson Stott scores the game winner on a wild pitch. They took 2 chances in the inning and both paid off.
Last night in that Philadelphia Phillies and Washington Nationals game, the Nationals put up 4 runs in the top of the ninth to grab a lead, and the Phillies won it on a walk-off wild pitch of all things, and thankfully that secured a parlay win for me, and I sorely needed it last night because I was bleeding out of an orifice last night in the world of gambling. Brad the Big Noise Evans back with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to be talking some more Major League bets here momentarily. And hey, maybe you want to talk some baseball with us or the NFL. Maybe got some fantasy football thoughts on the mind. The NBA, the NHL, whatever is top of mind. All gaming all the time. You can absolutely reach out to us at your leisure. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. Season-long player props in the NFL are beginning to surface. So looking at quarterbacks, which past TD's prop has the best chance to cash the over out of? Jalen Hurts over 19.5 passing touchdowns at a -115. Joe Burrow over 32.5 passing touchdowns, also at a -115. Jaden Daniels over 21.5 passing touchdowns at a -140. Lamar Jackson over 28.5 passing touchdowns at a -110. Nearly 110 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic rights. Keep the votes are coming. And fire off a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, Houston and Golden State is officially underway in the NBA playoffs. Let me give you an early update. The Rockets racing out to a 15-8 start in this one. 7:44 remaining there in the first quarter. Draymond, Podziemski, Steph Curry, all are seeing some significant action here early on. As usual, Curry's hit to score 0 for 2. Pods has already hit a 3. Draymond with 5 points, also already generated a steal. Your boy, Jalen Green, maybe this is the night. Already got 6 points. 2 for 2, also hit a 3, which has been really elusive for him. Brooks has 4 points, and Sengun with 4 points, 2 assists, and a rebound. Oh, look at that. He's already got a steal for me as well. All I need is one more, and I'm cashing in there at +155. Again, we'll keep you up to date. All the action in the NBA and also in Major League Baseball. Watching the Cubs right now. A couple of runners on for the Buccos as Pittsburgh is already up 1-0. Matthew Boyd in a bit of trouble here. Nobody out in the bottom of the 4th, but I'll keep my eye on that. Got to hear on in the studio, Cassidy Evans. We got to get more baseball bets on the board, so let's get after it with another edition of Better Up.
Ryan Horvat and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Better Up on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, not a whole lot to choose from this evening. A lot of day games in the MLB, but we have A's and Rangers still left on the board. Maybe you're looking ahead to some of the action on Thursday or in the futures market. We just need to take some hacks at the dish. Ryan, you're always batting leadoff in this segment. You are like Ricky Henderson, and you may steal a bag, break a record, hold over your head, and call yourself the greatest that's ever played. By all means, do so if you go 3 for 3 tonight. But you're going to give your first bet. You're going to give the reasons why. You're going to call for a baseballism. Brandon, work of the board, is going to drop a movie quote or some sort of baseball reference. I'm going to take it from there and do the same thing. And we'll squeeze in as many bets as we can get on the bases in this segment. So you're up first. Give me your initial Better up.
All right, so I got a little theme here, guys. Today is Checks Notes, Wednesday, April 30th, which you guys know what that means, right? It's not National Burger Day, unfortunately. That's Wednesday, May 28th. Today is National Raisin Day, so actually there is no theme, but we're going all with Jake Burger props today. So on BetMGM tonight, we recognize this is Jake Burger Day. Current Rangers, 24 for 87 with 4 doubles, 7 homers against Severino, who's had a couple shaky outings, I would say, to start the season here. And Jake Burger has been on a tear. 5 for 13. He's got a couple of doubles and a couple homers already in his career against Severino. So I kind of like him to have a hit, being a coward, minus 185. I like him to have a double, plus 460. I like him to have an RBI, plus 165. And even though usually I don't do this, we're going to take him to homer, too, 4-1. So it's National Jake Burger Day. I really like the double, though, plus 460. Again, he's got a pair of doubles and a pair of home runs already against Severino. I like him to stay hot. If you got it like that, take him to have a hit, minus 185. Maybe throw it in a parlay. I don't know. I don't know if you'll have enough time. Brando, serve me up a little meatball, just like Jake Burger is going to get served up a meatball tonight.
Left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Good poll.
All right. Yeah, that's a big one right there. Let's go to A's Rangers. I'm going to live in the land down under in this game on 8 runs. And hopefully we're not going to, be kissing our sister here with a little push. At a minus 110. Like this one quite a bit. Again, it's all about Severino and Eovaldi. Eovaldi's been a magician on the mound. I know he's got a 4.07 expected ERA, but that service ERA of 2.21 is awfully good and more outstanding. A 12.67 strikeout to walk split. That is obscene. You never really see that this late in the season. And so a guy didn't walk a lot of guys, but he makes a lot of bats miss. And then you look at Severino, as I mentioned, a sub-1 ERA on the road, 3.49 ERA overall. Not too shabby. Expected ERA of 4.07. I know last night it was 17 combined runs, but it's due to get back to the mean. And I think it's got to be around 7 total runs in this one. Both these teams know the pack in WRC plus. And you look at the series, going back to last year between these two squads, the under is hit 60% of the time over the last 10 games. 60% of the time, it works every time. And hopefully that will be the case on the under. A's Rangers on 8 runs at a minus 110 juice. Brando, make those knees buckle.
Well, hello. Okay, bombs away for Brent Rooker. Man, when he gets a hold of one, he sends it a long ways.
Oh, yeah. All right. Let's go to a future because there's not a whole lot tonight. Let's go with I was looking last week at the Cy Young market in the American League, and our guy Garrett Crochet, plus 170. I thought that was kind of crazy. Skubal was plus 375. I think he should be the favorite. Logan Gilbert was 8-1. Max Fried was 8-1, and Hunter Brown was 11-1. So I played that really small. Right now over at BetMGM, it's like plus 450. I saw it as high. Still at 5-1 though. 5 starts this season. He's got a 1.22 ERA. He's got a 0.84 WHIP. He's got 40 strikeouts and 38 innings. At one time, he was a top 30 prospect. This is now his 3rd full season in the rotation. He's been really good, man. So I don't know if I'm buying Crochet right now as a Cy Young, right? So I'm going to roll with Hunter Brown. The price is kind of gone at 5-1, but man, he's been really damn good. So I like that price even at 5-1. Brando, hit me with a homer. My brain's fried. Thank you, sir.
My brain just exploded because if you're watching the video feed here of BetMGM tonight, I went, ooh, and my eyes just popped because PCA had an absolute laser from center field to peg the runner at home, though it is under review right now. And I'm looking at the replay. Yeah, I think he's going to be safe. But just an unbelievable play regardless. So it's probably going to be overturned, and the Cubs are going to fall down 2-0. Anyway, Marcus Semien, I'm going to live in the land down under 1.5 on the herd. That's hits plus runs plus RBI at a minus 118 against Severino, and that 0.64 ERA. But more importantly, Semien only 3 for 17 lifetime with 2 strikeouts. That's a 176 batting average, 399 OPS against Severino. He has been on the struggle bus. He's been under on the her in 8 of his last 11 games, only batted $193 in the month of April with a 543 OPS. So Marcus Semien, I think the struggles continue, under 1.5 hits plus runs plus RBIs at a minus 118. Brando, touch them all.
Ooh-wee. You know what? I'm going to go with a total tomorrow, man. 12:35 p.m. Eastern, first pitch, but it's Paul Skeens Day. He's 3-2 on the season with a 2.39 ERA, going against Colin Ray and the Cubs. Short sample size, but 1-0 with a 0.96 ERA. The total in the game, 7.5. I just feel like this is going to be one of those games where the Cubs are whiffing all over the place, although that might be tonight too as well. But I'm going to go with the under in this game, 7.5. Minus 105. I like that quite a bit. Brando, give me the high stinky cheese.
This is going to be a tough play. Bryant, the Cubs win the World Series. Bryant makes the play. It's over. And the Cubs have finally won it all.
Best night of my life.
Still one of the greatest days of my life as a sports fan. All right, give me Kyle Tucker, speaking of the Cubs, to win National League MVP at plus 350. This line is going to shrink here as the summer begins to heat up. I know he's only number 17 in WAR, but he's number 5 in offensive wins above replacement right now. The Cubs, the second easiest remaining through the schedule. They're already 6 games above 500 in first place in the NL Central, which is a rather subpar. And you look at Tucker, a guy that could be a 20-25 guy. There is an outside shot. It could be 30-30 this season. And cherry on top of the Sunday, little sprinkle as well on Pete Crow Armstrong to win MVP at 50-1. He's having a breakout season and is arguably the best defensive center fielder in baseball. And I think the noise around him is only going to grow louder and louder as the season progresses. All right, we got extra stage left here. When we come back, Trevor Lane talking Lakers. Stick around. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
The streak ends tonight.
This four-legger, let's come out of the gate strong.
With the sledgehammer, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action. They got to listen to the sharps. Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well.
Daddy gotta have it. I am Sledgehammer. How you doing, girl?
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
There was a pair of shoes for $200, and they went on sale this past weekend. You had 3 days to get them for $60, and you didn't. Now they're back to $200. Would you buy them? And she's like, no. I said, then why would you bet the Mavs at 6.5?
Bringing you all the late night sweats and bets.
It's seduced by that juice, gentlemen.
Never forgive Al Horford. No, he's old. He's 6'10". Dunk the basketball. Instead, he tries to lay it in and he misses a bunny.
And helping you win big in fantasy.
I think Baker, the touchdown maker.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to be talking a little Lakers Timberwolves with Trevor Lane here momentarily. But a further reminder before we bring Trevor on, he wants to talk a little round ball with us, maybe a little puck, some ride or pigskin. You absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: season-long player props in the NFL are beginning to surface. Looking at quarterbacks, which past TD's prop has the best chance to cash the over? Out of Jalen Hurts over 19.5 passing touchdowns at a -115. Joe Burrow over 32.5 passing touchdowns, also at a -115. Jaden Daniels over 21.5 passing touchdowns at a -140. Or Lamar Jackson over 28.5 passing touchdowns at a -110. Over 110 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and fire off your comments. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show. On X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. The first quarter is almost in the books. And Houston up convincingly right now, 38-24 over the Golden State Warriors. And it's time to talk about the other matchup tonight. And that, of course, being the Lake Show and a possible elimination game for them at home, taking on the Minnesota Timberwolves. And what better person to talk to than Trevor Lane, host of Lakers Nation and Front Office Sports. We got him on video right now. Make sure you follow him on X, or he's always bringing it to you there at Trevor_Lane. Again, on X at Trevor_Lane. Trevor, welcome to BetMGM tonight. Out of the gate for me, mi amigo, with backs firmly pressed against the wall, down 3-1 the series. What are a couple of key areas for Lakers to live to fight another day against Minnesota at home tonight? Currently, the Lakers are laying 5.5 points in Game 5 at BetMGM.
Yeah, I do think the Lakers in tonight's game, they've got to fix a lot of the problems that we've seen over the last four, specifically the fourth quarter. They're getting annihilated in the fourth quarter on these first four games, so they've got to find a way to at least stay even in fourth quarter play. In fact, they have not eclipsed 20 points in a fourth quarter in this series yet, which is unbelievable for a team with LeBron James, Luka Doncic, and Austin Reeves running the offense for them. They've got to do a better job on the glass as well. 18 offensive rebounds last game for the Minnesota Timberwolves. That's a problem that the Lakers are going to have to solve. But the big thing, and JJ Redick talked about this, he said they got to play with edge. Another word, desperation. They have to be desperate going into tonight's matchup if they're going to get the win, because you know the Wolves, they're going to want to eliminate them quick and move on to round two. So the Lakers, they've got to play desperate basketball tonight if they're going to get a win.
Yeah, Trevor, LeBron's obviously one of the greats, one of the all-time greats, but Father Time catching up. He's 40 years old. Do we see the vintage LeBron elimination closeout game? I was looking at his props, his points around 26.5. Or do you worry that he's out of gas right now, especially against this young Wolves team?
I thought he emptied a lot of the tank in game 4. I thought he was phenomenal in that game. Maybe not quite down the stretch in the fourth quarter, but defensively, his role has shifted so much. He's essentially taken over the Anthony Davis role on the defensive side of the ball, and he's been excellent there, getting steals, getting blocks, calling out everything, running the back line. He's doing a great job there for the Lakers. But as a result, we're seeing the points drop down a little bit. The scoring, the ball's not in his hands quite as much. But in this one, win or go home, I have a feeling when it's crunch time, the ball will somehow find its way to LeBron, especially after the way things finished last game. So I think he's going to have a big, big game. My only concern is that he gives so much in the first 3 quarters that he doesn't save anything for the fourth, because that's what we've been seeing lately. And we do have a little bit of history in LA with him doing stuff like that. So I'm a little worried that it comes out too hot out of the gates, but I do think it's going to be a big, big night for LeBron James.
Yeah, obvious concerns on the defensive side of the ball, especially rim protection. But other than LeBron and Luka, who do you think could step up and, maybe have a better game offensively tonight? Obviously, role players usually do play better at home. Who other than those two do you think could hit some shots tonight?
Yeah, all eyes on Austin Reeves, who has had a poor series by his standards. He's a 20-6 guy on the season, not hitting those marks here, and he's just looked uncomfortable going against a very tenacious Wolves defense, and so he's got to have a bigger performance. For the Lakers, the math was very simple. They needed to have 3 of the best 4 players in the series if they were going to win it, because the Wolves very clearly, on paper and in fact, had more depth than the Lakers did. So the Lakers need Austin Reeves to be performing like one of the best players in the game. Instead, he's been maybe the 6th, 7th, something like that, 8th best player in the game. That's just not enough for the Lakers. He's got to step it up and have a really big outing tonight if the Lakers are going to get back on track here and get this win.
Yep, no doubt. We're talking to Trevor Lane right now, host of Lakers Nation and Front Office Show. Make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there at Trevor_Lane. Again, on X at Trevor_Lane. Trevor, you got $100. You're looking at least double up, if not maybe afford you the finest top shelf bottle of liquor by the end of the night. What are you slapping it down on the top scorer market in Game 5? Luka at plus 100, Anthony Edwards at plus 220, LeBron at plus 360, or really rolling the dice on Julius Randle at 18-1. So who do you think is going to lead this game in total points?
Well, that's pretty Julius Randle, former Laker, he would love to send his former team home, no question. But you know what? I'm going to go with the guy who just may be the GOAT. I'm going to say LeBron James. I know Luka gets more shots right now, but we saw the way where that led them last game. I think we see a shift here. I think LeBron goes out guns blazing in this game. And so I would go with LeBron James in this one.
And really good price there, plus 360 as well. So if you lay $100 on it, you're returning 360. Ain't too shabby. Trevor, we'll get you out of here on this. Travel to the Eastern Conference. We're going to broaden out a little bit wide here. After the Cavs' historic destruction in its sweep against the Miami Heat and Boston handling Orlando 4-1 in that series, are you reassessing the possible NBA Finals representative on that side of the bracket? At BetMGM right now, the C's are minus 145. Not a great price to represent there in the Eastern Conference, while the Cavs are much tastier, plus 160. You think it's like C's destiny to make the NBA Finals, or do you think Cleveland is really going to give them really a run for their money?
I don't understand why people don't believe in the Cleveland Cavaliers. I mean, there's advantages that the Celtics have, certainly. It's a tough matchup for the Cavs, but the Cavs have been great all season long, and they just showed it in this series. I mean, they destroyed the Miami Heat. This is a very good team. They play together. They play fantastic basketball, and the Celtics are already a little bit banged up from their first-round series with the Orlando Magic. So I thought a month ago we weren't giving enough respect to the Cleveland Cavaliers. And here's the thing. It's been, 6 years in a row, I think, that we've had a new champion every single year. We fall into this trap of just believing that because somebody did it the year before, they're going to do it again. That's not the way it's played out in the NBA. I like the Cavs a lot, and I think the Cavs could very well get it done. The one thing we know, it's going to be Cavs and Celtics in the East Finals, but I think they've got the Cavs a real shot at taking down Boston.
Well, we also know, Trevor, that recency bias is a hell of a drug. And that's exactly what people buy into time and time again. I agree, man. I think the Cavs are a bit undervalued right now. Plus 160 is a mighty fine price for them. to reach the NBA Finals. Outstanding stuff from Trevor Lane, host of Lakers Nation and the Front Office Show. And follow him on X at Trevor_Lane. Again, on X at Trevor_Lane. Trevor, crack open a beverage, plop down the couch, enjoy the action tonight, and good luck to the Lakers.
Thank you very much. And thanks for having me on. That was a lot of fun.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, my pleasure. Our pleasure. We appreciate the time. There he goes. Trevor Lane, host of Lakers Nation. Let's give you an update. Beginning of the second quarter right now, Houston up 40-24 on the Golden State Warriors. Pretty impressive start for the Rockets. And Fred VanVleet's really blasting off. 11 minutes played, 14 points, 4 or 5 from the floor, 3 or 4 from 3. Doesn't have another tick anywhere. He has no assists, no rebounds, no steals, nothing else. He's just scoring, and he is wired to do that tonight. Dylan Brooks with 9. Jalen Green still last 6. Sengun with 6, 4 assists, and 3 rebounds, has a steal. I need one more to cash in. So a strong start there from a number of Rockets. So meanwhile, on the Warriors side, Draymond's your leading scorer. He's got 5 points. And here's a shocker special. Steph Curry in 9 minutes, 0 points. 0 for 2. Does have 4 assists, a couple of turnovers, a little bit out of sorts. The Rockets just scored again, 42-24. Does this continue for Houston? Are they really going to step on the gas and race past Golden State in this must-win game?
I hope so, man. A sweat-free winner would be really nice for your boy. So the only thing I'm worried about, man, is Jalen tweaked his ankle or something happened. So he left. He has not been back in this game. He's been sitting there with 6 points. So that was looking good for a minute. I really need him to score 17. But with Houston, I feel pretty good right now. But in the NBA, I always joke you want to be down about 20, 25 at the half because it is a game of runs, especially in this league. The only worry I would have, because Mario brought up maybe live betting Golden State, and I don't think that would be a bad decision. I think it'd probably be a good bet. The only worry I would have is this game's on the road in Houston, right? They're already up in this series 3-1, so they were kind of playing with house money. If they're down 20, 25, do they really want to use a whole bunch of effort and energy, especially with a veteran team? Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler not getting any younger. Sometimes, at least back in the day when I was betting these games, teams would wave the flag, right? Live to fight another day. You go back home. You're well rested. You don't play your guys in the fourth quarter. That'd be my only concern with betting Golden State live. I'm hoping that this is just a sweat-free one, but with my luck lately in the NBA, Warriors are probably about to go on like a 30-1 run.
Well, they're down 22 right now. It is now 46-24. Let's bring in producer Mario, a.k.a. War Daddy. War Daddy, is now the time to fire off on the Warriors on the live line. And what is that live line in front of you there at BetMGM?
Plus 16.5 right now, the Golden State Warriors. You're getting Steph Curry. Yeah, it's plus 950. I think maybe recency bias coming in just because we saw this insane Pacer comeback last night. But imagine, the Warriors doing that with the greatest shooter we've ever seen. I could see that coming. And they have Jimmy Butler, too, as well. And, we saw Jalen Green get a little banged up. If this game gets closer at all, who are you going to trust to close it out? Jalen Green or Jamari Parker, or are you going to trust Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry? I'm going to trust Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. So I'm going to take a little bite with the 16.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the 16.5 is totally worth it right now. And I'd be really curious, too, what a live player prop is on Steph Curry points. I mean, he's got a donut right now through 9 minutes. I'm going to guess, but before you tell me, I'm going to say it's probably like 20.5 or 19.5 in that vicinity.
Did you find it? I found it.
I found it too.
Okay. Yeah.
Give it to me.
17.5.
Yeah.
Over. Yeah, you know what? Daddy want. Daddy need. Daddy gotta have it. Come on, Brando. Oh, I'm breaking a sledgehammer and still pounding it. Yeah.
That's his worst shooting performance in a half of basketball since I took my son to go see Steph Curry here in D.C., and that's what turned him into a hockey player. We saw Ovi the night before. He scored 2 goals. Total went over. Everybody was in it. We go the next night, it's like it's the Wizards. And Steph Curry's 0 for 8 from the floor. Nathan's like, Daddy, this is the guy you said's the greatest shooter? Team Reggie Miller, bitch. No, he didn't really say that. I would have grounded him. We don't swear in the Horvat house. Unless we're betting the Jets on a Sunday. Then there's a lot of swearing going on. But yeah, no, I'm with you, Brad. Over 17.5, man. It's like I would almost rather bet that 17.5 than, I don't know, 16.5 is a pretty big number. I think both are good bets right now, but I'm hoping that neither hit.
You can get an 18.5 out there too. I just found that and snagged it.
Nah.
I mean, anything under 20.5 right now on Steph Curry, I think is worth firing off on. I mean, they're not going to be stuck at 24 points in a perpetuity. I mean, it's 46-24, 10:28 to go, and eons of time. I know the Rockets really lean on their defense, and so do the Warriors, and the under's looking damn good for me right now. But Curry's got to come alive. He's got to wake up from this early game slumber, and he'll all of a sudden, blaze a heater and probably cash you over 17.5, 18.5, 19.5. And again, anything under 20, I am taking it on Steph Curry. And speaking of taking it, we got to take a break. When we come back here on BetMGM tonight, we're going to do another rousing edition of Hoop Scoops. Yeah, we're going to get some more bets on the board, especially in T-Wolves and Lakers, and maybe in some additional matchups upcoming. So don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Second one, it's off, knocked up in the air, battle, knocked outside, nobody there for New York, and Detroit basketball stays alive. The Pistons defeat the Knicks at the Garden, 106-103 to force a Game 6.
The pulse is still beating for Detroit. Shout out to TNT for the highlight rejoiner there as the Pistons get the win. And it's a New York Knicks just the other night, and hopefully they're going to be able to get another win because yours truly has a little action on that series going 7 games. Just throwing that out there. We need that at plus 270. We're going to be talking some more NBA here momentarily, locking and loading a lot of bets. And T-Wolves and Lakers, we'll look at it maybe the Thursday games or in the futures market, whatever tickles Ryan and I's fancy. Another edition of Hoop Scoops. Before we get to that, a friendly reminder, if you want to talk some round ball with us, if you want to talk the NFL and fantasy football, you want to talk a little MLB betting, how about the NHL and dropping the buck and making some bucks? You absolutely can. Easy way to contact the show. You just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: season-long player props in the NFL are beginning to surface. Looking at quarterbacks, which past city's prop has the best chance to cash the over? Out of Jalen Hurts over 19.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 115. Joe Burrow over 32.5 passing touchdowns, also at a minus 115. Jaden Daniels over 21.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 140. Lamar Jackson over 28.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 110. Nearly 115 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming. And drop us a comment. We're going to read them a little bit later on in the show. So keep firing on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of the king of sportsbooks, let me tell you about the sweet promo going down on the NBA at BetMGM. Make a fast break for the action with an NBA playoffs odds boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet. You can use that token tonight with us as we give out our favorite plays in the associations and another rousing edition of Hoop Scoop. So with that, let's indeed get after it and attempt to slam home some winners. It's time once again for Hoop Scoops.
Let's hit the hardwood to bring in the cash.
Here's Michael at the foul line. A shot on Elo. Good! The Bulls win it! They win it! Set the Cleveland Cavaliers!
And find the Cinderella story.
Clark in a straight check. Oh, he didn't need to do that. He threw it away. Bing, Big East.
It's Hoop Scoops on BetMGM Tonight.
All right, here's how this little ditty is going to work. Ryan's got a bad lead off. He always wins the tip because he's 7'5". He's like the George Harrison of BetMGM Tonight. No, you really don't wish. Just think about the flights and how cramped and crammed in you would be. It would be miserable if you were that tall. I would say that. Though the bank account would be full of some fat stacks of cash, so you'd have that going for you, even if you're relatively unathletic. Anyway, I digress. You're going to be the first one up. You're going to fire off with your first bet, and I'm already looking at it. Ooh, and it's a spicy one. You're going to give your reasonings why you like said wager. Then you're going to say to Brandon, working the board here on BetMGM Tonight, Brando, hit me with the hoops. And he's going to drop a little reference, maybe a famous call, possibly a video game sounder as well. I'm going to take it from there, do the same damn thing, and we're going to try to squeeze in as many bets as we can here in this segment. So, Ryan, again, you're up first. You just won the tip. Splash one home with your first Hoop Scoop.
All right, so I before I get to my first play, I do have to say something. I have to make a statement here on BetMGM tonight. Here at 8:25 p.m. Eastern, Wednesday, April 30th. If Houston blows this game, they were just up 30, Brad. I just watched the Warriors grab about 10 offensive rebounds in a row. They can't buy a shot. If Houston blows a 30-point lead, I will never bet this league ever again, other than these plays that we have tonight. LeBron
Pinky
James.
swear? Pinky swear?
Pinky swear. If they blow a 30-point lead, I will never bet this league ever again, or at least the Rockets. All right, LeBron, over 42.5 points, rebounds, and assists. It's an elimination game. LeBron, even at 40 years old, I think he's going to come out aggressive. He only attempted 9 field goals game 4. He hasn't done anything in the fourth quarter of any of these games. I think he's going to come out aggressive. He's played in 13 elimination games or closeout games since joining the Lakers. He's went over 42.5 points, rebounds, and assists in 9 of those 13 games. He's averaging 80, that'd be something. 48.1 points, rebounds, and assists as I do the math right now in my head. So I was going to take the points, 26.5. I'll stay away, man, just in case it's a double-digit rebound game or he looks to facilitate. Trevor Lane came on. He said he likes LeBron. That's his pick to click. Hot take, I know. We're going out on a limb here. We're going to go with this Bron guy. Over 42.5 PRA. Brando, hit me with the hoops. Yeah, crank that. Crank that. That's the up and under.
Yeah.
Well, Marv Albert.
Yes! Throwback to the true GOAT. And I know there's an argument there with LeBron, but it's always going to be MJ in the perpetuity. All right, my first hoop scoop, and I'm going to go to this Lakers and T-Wolves game, and I'm going to go with a former LA Laker, that being Julius Randle. Give me the over on 20.5 points. I have bet this consistently. Now, generally speaking, when I have bet this in 20 points or more, it's been plus money throughout the entire series, but it's a minus 110 tonight, but I'm willing to pay it. I think he's going to score at least 21. I look at Randall, what he has done this series. He's averaging 15.6 attempts per game, shooting at a decent clip at 47.6%. From outside, where he's taking 5.5 threes per contest, he's shooting a robust 45.5%. Game one only went for 16 points, but since then, 27, 22, 25. So he's hit the over on this prop in 3 straight games. The Lakers are the 6th most opponent points per game they have given up at 108.5 in the playoffs, and they have the 2nd worst defensive rating of any postseason team at 1.189 points per possession allowed. So, yeah, the Lakers may end up winning this thing, but I think Julius Randle is going to make some noise tonight in the box score. Give me over 20.5 points at a minus 110. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Jordan trying to shake off Starks. Oh, what a move by Jordan! It counts. And the foul.
A little Marv Albert. We doubled up on Marv Albert. Speaking of goats, man. All right, let's go to tomorrow night's game, man. So, unfortunately for me on Sunday, I bet the Pistons as 2-point favorites on the money line, and they completely fell apart. They lost that game to the Knicks. Then last night I stayed away. Should have bet the Pistons on the money line. They win that game outright. Now they go back to Detroit, Brad, and I like them. They're favored again, 2.5. I went money line. I'm going to go with the Pistons. I have some concerns about this Knicks team. Number one, they haven't beat a good team all season long. Now they're in the playoffs. Are they just paper tigers? Tom Thibodeau, I love him, is a Chicago guy, but a lot of Knicks fans want him gone. And if they don't at least get to the Eastern Conference Finals, which I don't think happens, I think it's a collision course for Cleveland and Boston to meet. I think he's probably gone. Whatever that was, at the end of the last game with Jalen Brunson just sitting by the scores table, he doesn't use a timeout, didn't make a whole lot of sense. Jalen Brunson, speaking of him, is he fully healthy? I don't think so. I don't even know that he's 80%. So I'm going to go with Detroit. I think this is a 7-game series. I do think when it goes back to MSG, the Knicks squeak by in Game 7. I'll be betting the Knicks. But Game 6, man, I'll take Detroit on the money line. I think this is a 7-game series. So give me the Pistons. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
The fourth quarter the other night and played through it. Good point. Battier watching Kobe. Scooping, driving, and putting it in. How in the world did he do that? He passed himself off the backboard. That was a plan.
Kobe.
You can't go wrong with Kobe highlights either. All right, I'm going to go back to the game tonight. All my plays going to be in the game tonight because I'm a greedy bastard like that. And give me Austin Reeves. We were talking earlier to our guy Tyler Lane, and he said Austin Reeves hasn't had the greatest series. He's really kind of turned it on though last couple of games from outside. I think the hot shooting is going to continue. I say he makes at least 4 threes. So go on the market here on the over 3.5 made threes at a plus 110 juice. Little baby cities by the juice, if you will. You look at the series, he's gone 3 made threes, 0, and then 5 and 5. Again, those 5 and 5 made 3 performances have come in the back-to-back games. So he's been over in 2 of 4 in this series. He's averaging 3.3 makes per game and 9.3 jacks per game from outside. So I think he's going to take at least 9, maybe 10, maybe as many as 11 triples, and he's been hitting at a 35.1% clip. You look at the T-Wolves, they allowed the 5th most made 3-pointers of any team in the postseason on a per-game basis at 14.3, and that's been an area that's been problematic for them really the entire season. In the playoffs, giving up 36.3% from way downtown. So I think a quadruple bang from Austin Reeves, 4 or more made threes. Feeling confident about this one and its ability to cash at a plus 110. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Oh! LeBron James with no regard for human life.
I'll add one more prop tonight myself, actually. So I do like the Clippers as 6.5-point favorites. I think that series goes 7. I hope I'm not wrong. Had the Clippers last night. Tough loss for me. Luka, over 3.5 threes. I was going to take the points, Brad, but it's 32.5. And I'm already on LeBron over points, rebounds, and assists. So I'm going to go over 3.5 threes here. Right now, minus 120 is the price. You look at the last 10 games, he's went over this number 6 times. Didn't go over game 2 or game 3. Only hit 2 threes in both games, but finally got going in the last game. Had 5 threes. I think he's going to go off. I don't know, again, that he scores 33, but I do think he hits at least 4 threes. They're going to need him if they're going to win this game and continue their season. So Luka over 3.5 threes, minus 120 right now at BetMGM. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby. Oh, no.
I love that reaction. Just overly boisterous. Man after my own heart. Give me LeBron James, the legend himself, LBJ, on the over 16.5 rebounds plus assists at a minus 120 juice. I think he's going to do the dirty work as a disher and as a guy squeezing the rock on some of those caroms off the iron. You look at LeBron in this series. He has gone over this 2 of 4 games. He had 8 in game 1. 18 combined in game 2, 14 combined in game 3, and the big 2-0 combined in game 4. So in this series, averaging 9.5 rebounds per game, 5.5 assists per game, and I think it's going to go a little bit north of those averages. I look at Minnesota; they've allowed the 4th fewest opponent rebounds per game at 36.5, and the 6th fewest assists per game at 20.5. Very stout and stiff defensive team, but again, LeBron back in the wall is going to rise the occasion as a distributor, as a rebounder, and I think those combined stats is going to hit the over on rebounds and assists on 16.5 at a minus 120 juice. Brando, one more time. Hit me with the hoops.
What are you doing, Dragons? Did you not get the memo?
Dragic.
All right, let's get you an update. Oh my gosh. So the Rockets 67-44, minute and change to go in this first half. War Daddy, give me an update. What's the live line looking like at BetMGM?
All right, so pulling up right now, I'll just say this, guys. If we put a Rockets uniform right now, I think we would shoot 60% from 3. They're shooting that well. I mean, it's
not
just,
Jalen Green, unfortunately.
It's insane. This live line's still minus 18.5 favoring the Rockets. If you want Warriors on the money line, it's 14-1. And that just locked up. But the over-under 222.5. And I'll be honest with you guys, even though the Rockets are shooting the living crap out of the ball, they're going to get cold. So
Under.
I'd probably take that under.
Yeah, same. I agree, dude. And if this continues to be an ass kicking, I could also see, like I said, the Warriors being like, all right, Jimmy, you're already playing at like 60%, dude. Take a seat. Steph, take a seat. You're not hitting shots tonight anyway. Draymond, take a seat because we don't want you getting suspended for the rest of the playoffs for kicking somebody in the junk, old graybeard. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think the under right now is a really good bet. A really, really good
totally
bet.
agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree. Look, I liked it on the
alt
alt line when I grabbed it at 209.5 on that under. I would have played it probably as low as like 207.5. By the way, Steph Curry has awoken a little bit. 15 minutes has 8 points. So if they can somehow, some way chip away at this deficit, maybe get it down to like 15 early in the third quarter, he's going to play a significant amount of minutes in the second half for him to hit the over on what we were saying on 18.5 points, 5 dives. So he's got 8 right now. Maybe he's getting another bucket or 2 before the siesta begins there at halftime. All right, we got to take a little siesta here at BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to go from the hardwood to the gridiron. We're going to be in the news, reviewing some NFL news and notes and spinning it forward for a gaming perspective. I'm talking about a little fantasy football, maybe pepper in some sports betting thoughts as well. All NFL all the time coming up next right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to the madness. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. We're going to deliver some papers at your door. A little in the news here. New segment we're doing on NFL News and Notes. So when we get like a handful of interesting stories that we can spin forward for a gamification perspective, we're going to do exactly that here on BetMGM Tonight. And we got a few of those headlines that we're going to indeed spin forward for fantasy football devices. So that's going to be the name of the game in this segment. By the way, if you want to talk some fantasy football with us, maybe we'll talk some other NFL props, MLB action, NBA action, NHL action. All you gotta do to contact the show is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this. Season-long player props in the NFL are beginning to surface. Looking at quarterbacks, which past TD's prop has the best chance to cash the over out of Jalen Hurts over 19.5 touchdowns. I have baseball in the mind there at a minus 115. Joe Burrow over 32.5 touchdowns at a minus 115. Jaden Daniels over 21.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 140. Or Lamar Jackson over 28.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 110. Nearly 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic rights. Keep the votes coming on X, and as well your comments. We're going to read those a little bit later on in the show. We'll give you a shout out on air. So again, keep dropping them in on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let me give you a quick scoreboard update. By the way, the Cubs are up 3-2 right now in the most adventurous time of the game for them, which is with the starter pulled. Matthew Boyd only went 5 innings, so they're in the 7th. We'll see the bullpen, which can be adventurous, certainly at times, on the north side, can string together the victory and close this thing out. Orioles up 5-3 on the Yankees, top of the 7th. Cardinals clobber the Reds 9-1 of the top of the 8th inning. The Phillies up 6-2 in the top of the 8th on the Nationals. Orioles up 3-0 on the Rays in the bottom of the 7th. Red Sox up 4-0 on the Blue Jays, top of the 6th. Mets up 1-0 top of the 6th against the Diamondbacks. 2-2. I know we got some action on the White Sox, and it's deadlocked into the 3rd inning with the Brewers. The Athletics just went up 1-0 on the Rangers going in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Meanwhile, the Rockets, they're rolling, man. Halftime, 76-49 over the Golden State Warriors. And I think your hypothesis here, Horvat, of the Warriors just, throwing in the cards, throwing in the towel, saying screw it. Let's just pack it up, pack it in, play the scrubs, and we shall begin again in the next game and just accept defeat and make sure they get out of this game unscathed, because they're getting absolutely boat raced.
Yeah, I feel like they come out right. You play the first 5-6 minutes of the 3rd quarter, see if you could cut into this lead, see if you could cut it to, I mean, it's the NBA, right? So 20 to 18 points, even 15, you want to be hovering around. If not, wave the flag, live to fight another day, go back home. I got to be honest, man, I should stop betting everything except for the NFL draft, college football, and the NHL. I might be the sharpest NHL bettor on the planet for whatever reason. Cap's rolling right now. I don't remember the last loss I had in the NHL. I can tell you all the losses I've had in the NBA the last week and a half. I can't count them all on my hands, on my fingers. But man, hockey's been really, really good to me. But so I want to feel really good about the Rockets, but I could see a world where they blow this, Brad. I really could. I could see.
No, they're not going to blow it tonight. No, I don't see it. Look, the first about 3 minutes of the 3rd quarter are going to determine the fate of the game. If the Warriors will come out with guns a-blazing, if they can't go on like a quick 8-0 run, I think that'll be all she wrote. And Golden State is going to, fold up shop and then live to fight another day. So hey, have the confidence, man. I know you've seen the scenario play out a multitude of times, and I think tonight is H-Town's night. Somebody knocking the boots. Yeah, there you go. 90s classic. One of my favorites.
Me too.
That video, so risque. Yeah. All right, you know what's so risque? A lot of these NFL news and notes that I want to get to right now. Let's start with a rookie that may be not exactly on your radar if you weren't following the NFL draft, much like my colleague, Ryan Horvat, who made Brewster's millions off that exercise. Let's go to Jack Besh. Who landed with the Las Vegas Raiders. And the Las Vegas Journal-Review stated, and this is a direct quote from an article about Besh, quote, strong candidate to be an immediate starter, end quote. All right, so you got Jacoby Myers there. Brock Bowers is going to be the clubhouse leader in targets. There's no, way, shape, or form, no way really around that. I mean, there's undoubtedly, indisputably, he is going to be the main man there in Sin City. Myers is awfully good, but Besh is going to be that second wide receiver. Let me give it a little background. So right now, using Best Ball 10s as the ADP, he's wide receiver 87, 233.04 overall. You're getting him for nothing. Yeah. He's basically like the 11th hour, the last round pick, the second to last round pick. You go Besh and then your kicker, or Besh and then your defense, and you call it a draft. Now, we'll see if there's some momentum build in minicamp and then when training camp opens up. But if you're playing best ball right now, definitely worth the stab. Mike Clay is kind of projected for 86 targets, 56 catches, 753 yards, and 4 touchdowns. Not too bad of a rookie gain if he can achieve that. And I'm looking at the scouting reports there at Pro Football Focus. Excellent route runner, great hands, plus competitiveness overall. 6'2", 212 pounds, guy who had split some time between wide receiver and tight end at TCU. He had a 99 grade against zone coverage, so really can take advantage of those defenses. Number 16 in total deep yards, number 8 in contested catches. That's great to see. Only had 1 drop here, and it was also respectable number 25 in yak per reception. Look at the scouting report, seeing some of these quotes that are coming out of Vegas with Pete Carroll and company. I'm starting to buy into this idea that Jack Besh could be an impact player in year one. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree, man. I mean, also just a great story. Not going to lie, there were a lot of tears when he got drafted, and he talked about his brother who tragically passed away. Said, "You're getting 2 players. You're getting me. You're getting Tiger." So I feel like everybody in that locker room, everybody on that coaching staff, Brad, is going to fall in love with this kid. Like you said, he was a former tight end. He was also a really good high school basketball player, so he's a hell of an athlete. Had over 60 receptions at TCU, 9 touchdowns, 5th in single-season school history with 62 grabs. He's a really good player. Like you said, excellent route runner, 6'2", 215, doesn't drop passes. The only thing I worry about a little bit if there was like a knock on his game at TCU, doesn't see a whole lot of press coverage, but I think he'll be a solid number 2 receiver. I think Clay's projections might even be selling him a little bit short because he's going to be a yak god. Like I've said about multiple guys in this draft, I think he's going to be able to break tackles. I can't wait to see how they use him. He's going to run a ton of slants, hitches, outs. He could run some vertical stuff, but he could also make contested grabs. I think he could be a really good player, man, a really good wide receiver number 2. And that offense is going to be fun. Genty, Bowers, like you said, Jacoby Myers, and now Jack as well. So I definitely like him, and like you said, you're probably going to get him for like nothing because nobody really knows who he is, and nobody's watched TCU since they made that run to the national title game 3-4 years ago. So I like him quite a bit.
Yeah, the Cubs promptly give up the lead.
Of course,
it's now
bullpen.
4-3. The damn bullpen. Just killing me. No doubt about it. I totally agree on Jack Besh. Make sure you highlight his name for the later rounds here on your fantasy football cheat sheet. Let's go to George Kittle, a name everybody knows. He was a tight end 1 overall last season on a per-game basis at a half-point PPR. Signed a monster contract, one of the most productive tight ends of this era of the NFL. The Pride of Iowa, 4-year extension at $76.4 million that he signed a couple of days ago. Last season, Horvat in 15 games, 94 targets, 78 catches, 1,106 yards, 8 touchdowns. Mike Clay, is kind of projected to be, in that vicinity yet again this year. And you look at Kittle, a guy that's just tremendous in all the advanced data categories imaginable. So, you know, you look at what he could bring to the table overall. He was number 4 in total air yards at the position. He was number 2 in total yak, number 2 in red zone targets, number 2 in quarterback rating when targeted 135.2. Kittle, probably a guy you're going to get around pick number 45 to 50. His average draft position right now, 46.74, according to Best Ball 10s. Tight end 3 overall. Do you see him replicating tight end 1 honors this year, or do you think he falls back a little bit and maybe, say, Brock Bowers takes over, maybe Trey McBride out of Arizona?
Man, so the only thing I worry about a little bit with Kittle would be the age, but like then you look at the numbers like you brought up last year, man. I mean, still an absolute stud. Even at 31 years old, a lot of wear and tear on his body just because he plays like a glorified tackle out there. Really good blocker, but last season, over 1,100 yards, 3rd in the league at that position, still top 5. 8 touchdowns, 2nd among all tight ends. Brock Purdy playing for a contract unless that gets done here in the next couple months before the season. Debo's gone, so maybe more of those intermediate routes and targets across the middle. I think there's a good chance even at 31, maybe he does end up being tight end number 1. We'll see because Bowers is so damn good and he's younger, but there's not much of a drop-off with George Kittle, and that's why San Francisco just re-upped him and gave him money, and I'm glad to see it. He's Horvat first-team all-dude, by the way, too. Love George Kittle.
Oh, yeah, he loves a party. He loves the WWE scene.
Yeah, he loves WWE.
Are you down with the Kentucky waterfall? Because I'm on the fence about it.
Yeah, that one I'm kind of on the fence with, too. You know, it's funny. My brother hates George Kittle for some reason because I always do this. We do it on the show every once in a while on, like, Friday nights. You know, who would be in your golf foursome? Who would you go golfing with? Former coaches, you know, NFL players. I love Kittle, man. But, yeah, he seems a little different, but cool dude in my opinion. And a hell of a tight end.
A hell of a tight end and somebody obviously worth going the extra mile in fantasy drafts.
Yeah.
The fact that he's like a fringy top 50 overall pick, which means you could go like RB heavy. You could do like kind of a blend of RB wide receiver. The first 3 picks of your draft, you're looking at tight end, diversify the portfolio, diversify those bonds, Wu-Tang Financial style. And Kittle sitting there in round 4, I would jump all over that opportunity. All right, we got to go to see. Yes, so we come back. Rachel, just right here. BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
wants to get nuts tonight. The streak ends tonight.
This four-legger, let's come out of the gate strong.
With the sledgehammer, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action. They got to listen to the sharps. Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well.
Daddy gotta have it. I am Sledgehammer. How you doing, girl?
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
There was a pair of shoes for $200, and they went on sale this past week, and you had 3 days to get them for $60, and you didn't. Now they're back to $200. Would you buy them? And she's like, no. I said, then why would you bet the Mavs at 6.5?
Bringing you all the late night sweats and bets.
It's seduced by that juice, gentlemen.
Never forgive Al Horford. No, he's old. He's 6'10". Dunk the basketball. Instead, he tries to lay it in and he misses a bunny.
And helping you win big in fantasy.
I think Baker, the touchdown maker.
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
Back to BetMGM tonight. Probably the big noise happens with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. Our outstanding good friend for the COO of BetAthletics, Rachel Dory, is going to be hopping on with us here momentarily. But a friendly reminder, if you want to talk a little NBA, you want to talk some MLB, you want to talk some Stanley Cup playoffs, heck, if you want to talk the NFL and some fantasy football, all you got to do to contact Tori and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: a season-long player props the NFL are beginning to surface. Looking at quarterbacks, which past TD's prop has the best chance to cash the over out of? Jalen Hurts over 19.5 touchdowns at a minus 115. Joe Burrow over 32.5 passing touchdowns, also at a minus 115. Jaden Daniels over 21.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 140. Or Lamar Jackson over 28.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 110. Nearly 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and fire off any comments. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show. So drop those in on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, we're going to talk to our good buddy, the COO of BetAthletics. She is a master of all of the modeling and matrix there at BetAthletics. She does an excellent job cranking out all the numerics there. Much smarter than Ryan Horvat and I combined. There's no question about it. I think she scored a perfect on her ACT and SAT, especially in the mathematics. And that is the one, the only Rachel Dory. Make sure you follow her on X at Rachel Dory. Again, on X at Rachel Dory. Rachel, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Straight away for me, let's start in the NBA. Timberwolves Lakers Game 5 is about to go down there in SoCal. An elimination game, possibly there for the LA Lakers. Are there any props that your BetAthletics model suggests we're firing on, whether on LA or Minnesota? Also, hook us up with a parlay because, as you know, I'm a greedy SOB.
Oh, man. Okay. Parlay that'll be an interesting one. I'm on Minnesota plus 5.5 for a couple of reasons here. I see them keeping it close. Anthony Edwards has been absolutely fantastic. I think the deeper it goes for the Lakers, I mean, you got LeBron James, who seemed like by sporting age is about 1,000 years old. He's LeBron, but at the end of the day, like, you can only go so far. So I'm on Minnesota plus 5.5 here. And for those of you in the betting world, Book It with Trent is on the Lakers minus 5.5. And so immediately I'm feeling way better about this.
Yes.
My favorite straight of the night, though, is McDaniels over 13.5 points. He's averaging 19.75 in this series. 13.5 just seems obnoxiously low. At BetAthletics, our two favorite props in this kind of round one have been the Jalen Green unders, which have been hitting with 100% at this point because they just adjusted the line today. And then McDaniels over 13.5 has been consistent. So we're going with him tonight. Parlay, this one's tough. I'm going to take Naz Reid, 4+ rebounds, Jaden McDaniels, 10+ points, Minnesota teaser +9.5. I don't have the juice on that off the top of my head, but I believe it's around +180.
Ooh. Like that a lot. Rachel, right now, Stanley Cup playoffs, Washington up 3-0 on Montreal, and then Tampa and Florida now tied at 3, second period, 7:27 to go. Anything that you like in the late game coming up in about 25 minutes? St. Louis +145 right now on the money line, Winnipeg -175, total 5.5. Anything side total or prop-wise that you like tonight?
Yeah, so originally I was going to be on St. Louis, but Gabriel Velarde is back in the lineup, and if you remember last week, we talked about how important he was to their secondary scoring. I just, the fact that he's back in the lineup, I have to stay away from the sides entirely. The one thing I am mashing tonight is the over. Connor Hellebuck has turned into playoff Connor Hellebuck, and that means he and the Toronto Maple Leafs are all in the same category in playoff situations. They're garbage. So I expect that there will be goals in this game on both sides of the equation. And with that, I'm going to parlay Kyle Connor and Robert Thomas for a point each.
Oh, I like that a lot. Speaking of the Maple Leafs, do they close it out tomorrow? -102, total in the game 5.5. Anything that you like there? Do you think they get it done? And also anything else that you like, because it is a 4-game slate. Absolutely loaded tomorrow night.
Yeah, so we were talking off air. I hedged my when you know your team, you know your team. Last night, I had probably my biggest wager of the season, if not one of, on Ottawa. That there was just no way. I lean towards Toronto tomorrow. I would hesitate. I want to see what they're doing in goal first, so I would not put that in right now. But I would lean towards Toronto moneyline. I do not think they're going to lose 3 straight to Ottawa. That would be pretty outrageous. Tomorrow I'm going to take the Colorado moneyline. I think they push this thing to 7. I'm also going to take McDavid and Draisaitl, not for a point each, for an assist each. They have been... The two of them have combined for 20 points in the playoffs thus far. They've only played 5 games. You can do the math on that. They're playing really well. But my favorite sort of parlay tomorrow is Brady Tkachuk for a point and Joel Eriksson Ek of the Minnesota Wild for a point. Both of them have been excellent the last 3 games, and I think if their respective teams are going to stay alive tomorrow night, it's going to be because those two have massive games.
Oh, outstanding. We're talking to Rachel Dory right now, as we usually do. COO of BetAnalytics. Check out that awesome site. Also follow her on X, at Rachel Dory. Again, on X, at Rachel Dory. Rachel, let's go with the diamond. Looking at MLB futures, is there a market or possibly 3 that stand out to you? And I'll give you bonus points if you say anything positive about the Chicago Cubs.
Honestly, it's tough. The Cubs are kind of in no man's land right now. They're so tough to get a read on. Like, just building modeling right now for BetAnalytics for the game models. The Cubs are one of the toughest teams to get a read on just because they're so inconsistent. I like Garrett Crochet +270 to win the Cy Young. When you look at his percentage, the percentage of strikes thrown, how good the Red Sox are, the position he puts the Red Sox in to win, I think +270 is some pretty good value there. I have an Aaron Judge MVP ticket, but I have it way higher than the 130 it's at now. I think you're probably still getting some value there, but I would be very careful because an injury and that line's cooked. But I would say Dylan Cruz +250 for NL Rookie of the Year. This kid's been unbelievable to start the season, and when a guy gets the juice at the beginning of the year, all he has to do is somewhat maintain what he has and not get absurdly outplayed. I don't see anybody really outplaying Cruz by that much throughout the end of the season unless he gets hurt. And +250, I think is tremendous value. I think there's probably a greater than 25%, 30% chance that he wins. So I'm all over that.
Oh, I think it's a great call. Rachel, we'll get out of here on this. With the NFL draft, the books and season-long props beginning to surface, I need to get a question in. Yeah, you're not going to get paid for eons, and you're not going to gain any interest on the money that you're going to have tied up. But is there a future that's out there. Maybe the yardage market and the touchdowns market, just maybe the awards market, anything in the NFL and the futures market that has already captivated your attention.
I guess this is like almost a philosophy segue. There is not a chance I am taking a single player thing until at least August. I need to see these guys off-season workouts. I need to know who's opting in and out of going to training camp. I need to know if Trey Hendrickson is going to show up in Bengals camp, because I think if the Bengals are good this year, Joe Burrow's got an outside shot at the MVP because he is like absurdly good, and if the Bengals do anything, it's going to be because of him and Jamar Chase. But I don't touch player props until I really see kind of what adjustments teams are making, what the playbook looks like, anything like that. The only wager I have right now on the books for NFL season is Baltimore over an 11.5 wins. I don't think that number is high enough. I think they probably win 13 games this year. So to me, 11.5, I think by the time we get to September, this line's probably 12.5. So I look at that. When you look at Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, the fact that they added, his name is escaping me right now, but they added another star safety to play alongside Kyle Hamilton. Like, not only are they going to be excellent on the offensive side of the ball, they are going to be a nightmare to play against on the defensive side of the ball. And I think 11.5 is probably a little too low if you look at their schedule and how they make up here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I'm one of those because Rachel already have a couple of player prop season-long bets already on my card. I took Ashton Jeanty over 999.5 rush yards. That's absurdly low. I'm probably going to get at least 275 carries for Vegas. And I took Travis Hunter as well, over 650.5 receiving yards, because I think he's going to play at least 75% of the team snaps for the Jacksonville Jaguars at wide receiver in year one. And he's so damn explosive. Awesome stuff from our buddy Rachel Dory. She is COO at BetAnalytics. Check out that site. On X, we're just bringing it to you at Rachel Dory. Again, on X, at Rachel Dory. Rachel, enjoy the NBA playoffs, enjoy the MLB slates, and enjoy, more importantly, dropping the puck and making some bucks in the NHL. And good luck to your Maple Leafs. This is the year!
Gotta be.
It's gotta be. Thanks, boys. Go Leafs, go.
All right, thanks, Rachel. There she goes. Rachel Dory. Yeah. Diehard Toronto Maple Leafs fan, pride of old Canada.
Big game tomorrow.
She's gone through a lot of pain and misery being a Leafs fan. I don't know a whole lot about hockey. I just know the Leafs have always squandered opportunities. They were like the Chicago Cubs prior to 2016, so I feel her pain. I've been in those moments, those uncomfortable positions, and you're just like, they're going to find a way to let me down. And they're going to do it in a new, most spectacular, demoralizing way, and they constantly deliver it. So I'm hoping Toronto pulls through and makes a real deep run in the NHL playoffs and not hoisting the cup in the end. The Cubs, 4-3 right now. Bottom of the eighth inning, they are down. Drew Pomeranz in the game. They're going to have one more shot at this thing to tie it up, to potentially push this in extras, if not win it, if they can get a lead going into the ninth inning. And then meanwhile, pulling up the NBA, oh my God. It's still
ugly.
bad.
It's beautiful, but it's ugly.
Have they pulled the starters yet? Are the starters still in there? Yeah, they have.
No,
yeah, they have. Yeah, they have.
Kind of like Van Vliet was still out there. I'm a little worried about my guy.
the Warriors guys.
Oh, Warriors? Out. Yeah, Warriors, yeah. I'm hoping that we don't see him the rest of the evening. I would assume that that's probably it. Down 30, 3:21 to go in the third quarter. It's going to be a 3-2 series. You go back home, you get yourself right. I'm just kind of mad at myself. I didn't bet a little bit more on Houston. I really like this spot, but Mario scared me last night, saying he was all about the Warriors. Warriors are the best team ever. Jimmy Butler better than Jordan. Turns out he was wrong. He was wrong.
Yeah, indeed is the case. It's 98-70, 3:21 to go in the third. Yeah, Van Vliet's still out there. Eamon Thompson's still out there. I need one more stinking rebound from Şengün so we get that double-double. He's at 14-9. I'm praying he gets, one more minute a tick.
Yeah.
So he can squeeze that rebound. I get the double-double and cash it because I think the under is going to hit. We were talking about the live under at 222.5. I think that's very much in play. I think even my original total at 208.5 is still going to be very much in play. Even though the Rockets are like going to put up at least 115. I mean, they're just going to take the foot off the pedal and coast in to an easy victory. And already Golden State's got the scrubs in there. So that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
As they are going to, again, live to fight another day. All right. And we are going to live to fight for another segment. We got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, over or under NFL player props, we're going to be talking about some of those quarterback markets and passing touchdowns and our early leans, helping you out for fantasy and for sports betting. So don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Right alongside me on this hump day edition of the program, we're going to do a little over or under on a few NFL season-long player props, all quarterbacks tonight, and we're going to be focused on the pass touchdowns market. And hey, maybe you want to talk a little betting with us. Maybe you want to talk some fantasy football as well. Could be related to the NFL, could be related to the NBA with the betting. League, Baseball, NHL, and apply. All you got to do is pick up the phone and talk to Horvey and I and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also do on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our tonight poll dancing of the and it's asking us this season-long plays in the NFL are beginning to surface. Looking at quarterbacks, which pass touchdowns prop has chance to cash the over? Your options are Jalen Hurts over 19.5 passing touchdowns at a -115. Joe Burrow over 32.5 passing touchdowns, also at a -115. Jaden Daniels over 21.5 passing touchdowns at a -140. Lamar Action Jackson over 28.5 passing touchdowns at a -110. Over 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. If you got any comments, drop those off. We'll read those coming up here in the next segment. And keep the votes coming on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. Oh, the Cubs just broke my heart. They blew the game late. And unfortunately, they caught the L 4-3, the final in the land of pierogies as Pittsburgh beats the Northsiders 4-3. The Warriors, I mean, the game has been over for quite a while. It's 105-76 coming down the end of the third quarter. I need one more stinking rebound from Şengün. Put him back in. Probably not going to happen as the scrubs have taken over on both sides of the floor. That game, a total waste of our time tonight. We'll have a full breakdown of our cards here coming up in the next segment. And your boy right now is slumping pretty badly. I'm probably going to be back in a negative territory. I miss college basketball. I was making money in that sport on a daily basis, and now I'm giving it all back. Horvat, you were making a ton in the NFL draft. You've given a little bit back over the last few days since that exercise wrapped. Come on, football, I need you. At least I got some Major League Baseball. Exactly. Although it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride tonight, about breaking even on the evening. Might be down a unit when it's all said and done. I'm hoping this A's and Rangers game plays out the way that I anticipated. And so far it is locked at 1-1 in the fourth inning. All right, let's go ahead and get after it here with some of these NFL player props. These are really early, crazy lanes. I know a lot of people out there are like, I refuse to tie up my money for months on end. And, of course, you got the injury imp always in play with NFL player props. It's a violent sport. And, tendons snap, legs break, strains happen, games are missed. It's the unfortunate downside if you like tailing a lot of the overs. So these are lanes for us. It gives you a nice little, kind of threshold measurement, if you will, of a player's potential fantasy worth upcoming. And we're tying it all back to player props because player props is what unites fantasy and betting together harmoniously, and they play in the sandbox and have a good old time. So let's go to the passing touchdowns market, and let's start off with the Super Bowl champ himself and Jalen Hurts. It hurts so good. Come on, Jalen, make it hurt so good. 19.5 passing touchdowns is the line. Horvat, the juice on the over, -115. Juice on the under, also -115. So I ask you the question, over or under Hurts 19.5 passing touchdowns this fall?
So I would lean over, Brad, but I don't want to bet it, man, just because they still have Saquon. They still have the best rushing attack in the entire National Football League. The tush push, despite what the Green Bay Packers wanted, has not been outlawed. So I think he's going to vulture some of those touchdowns with his legs on the goal line. You still have Saquon, like I said. Last year, only threw 18 touchdown passes, was a little bit dinged up, but would have went under this number 19.5. Now, the 2 years before that, though, did throw 22 and 23 touchdowns. But like I said, it's a run-first offense. Only attempted 361 passes last season, which would rank him quarterback 22 out of 75 qualifiers. I like A.J. Brown. I love Devontae Smith. Other than that, though, don't really love the depth, man. So there's always also, the risk of him getting injured or not playing all 17 games because of the way that he does play the game. So I would lean over. I think he probably throws 22 to 24 touchdown passes, but I don't want to bet it just in case it's another huge year for Saquon.
I'm going to take the over. The good news about Jalen Hurts is he is a thickly built dude, and he squats elephants. I've seen the videos of him squatting insane amounts of weight on the rack, to pull the bar off and it's bending awkwardly. Nick Chubb does the same thing as well. And sign with the Chicago Bears, please and thank you. But Jalen Hurts is a guy, because he is in such incredible shape, with that lower body that's built like a bleep house. He is going to go out there and he's going to play, I don't know, at least 15 games in my mind. I'm going to take the over. I think 19.5 is too low. Last 3 seasons, he's gone 22, 23, and 18 passing touchdowns. I mentioned the arsenal around him. Great chemistry and rapport already built up with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. He got Jahan Dotson over a full season now, but you also have Dallas Goedert. You also have Saquon, who can catch a few passes out of the backfield, maybe get you 2 to 4 receiving touchdowns. He was number 12 in red zone completion percentage last year, number 14 in deep ball completion percentage. And the home run hitter that A.J. Brown is, and to certainly a similar extent, Devontae Smith also possesses those tools. I think he's going to get 20 plus. So give me the over on Jalen Hurts, 19.5 passing touchdowns at a -115. Stay in the same division and go with a rival quarterback in Jaden Daniels, a rookie sensation last year for the Commanders. Will it be a sophomore slump? In year number 2, that number is at 21.5 passing touchdowns. The over at -140, the under at +110. What say you? Over or under, Horvey?
Seems a little short, right? I know he's not the biggest guy, right? And you worry about him taking hits. Last year, took some hits, had some bruised ribs or broken ribs that he played with, man. But over 21.5 touchdown passes, I would only be able to hammer the over here. You bring in Deebo Samuel, who I know he's skipped a step. He's missed a step. He's getting close to that 30-year-old mark, but still, you have Terry McLaurin, you have Noah Brown, you have Zach Ertz. He threw 25 touchdown passes as a rookie, so even if there is regression, I think it's probably 22 to 24. They are going to see some good defenses, obviously, in that division, right? The Giants twice with that pass rush, the Eagles twice with that secondary, getting a little bit more experience after that Super Bowl run last year. Cowboys, you don't know what they're going to be, but they still have Micah Parsons. And as a rookie, through 480 passes. That was a top 15 mark. And if Cliff Kingsbury, man, wants to be a head coach next season, I think he's going to want to pad those stats, have Jaden in the MVP conversation, kind of like Ben Johnson did with Jared Goff last year in Detroit. So I'm probably going to bet this over 21.5.
I like it. I take the over all day long. Again, the only thing that's going to prevent him from getting this is if he missed significant time due to injury. Quite frankly, I don't think he's going to take a step back. I don't think he's going to endure a sophomore slump. Mike Clay's got him projected for 22 passes there at ESPN. You got Terry McLaurin. You also have Deebo Samuel. And I think Deebo's still got a little something left in the tank. I know a lot of people disagree with that sentiment. But I am a buyer in Deebo, at least being a serviceable option. Noah Brown, highlighted, flashed at times. Zach Ertz, despite being long in the tooth, can still get it done. Austin Eckler, nice little safety valve there underneath. A guy that had 25 passing touchdowns last year was number 11 in red zone completion percentage, and he was only number 29 in deep ball completion percentage. So if he shows some improvement on the deep ball, and maybe some of those go for long touchdown connections, he could easily race passes. That's why I choose the over. I'd slap the wallet at -140 and take the over 21.5 passing touchdowns on Jaden Daniels. Let's go to Lamar Jackson. a guy that's always in the MVP conversation, playing at the peak of his career. It's 28.5. Pretty aggressive number, according to some. Passing touchdowns, -110, a little bit lighter juice on the over, a little heavier juice on the under, -120. What say you, Horvey, over or under?
Man, that is a big number, right? Still a run-first offense, no matter what Todd Monken wants, right? He did throw 41 last season with only 4 picks, but before that, man, he didn't throw over 28 touchdown passes since 2019, his other MVP season. You know, King Henry, maybe this is like the year that finally he skips a step. I don't see it happening. I also don't really love, though, the weapons that they bring in because it was only D-Hop. That was the biggest offseason pickup in the wide receiver room. It's still Bateman, Flowers, Mark Andrews. Maybe Tez Walker makes a year 2 leap, but I would actually lean under, even though he threw 41 last season and could have won the MVP. I think it's probably closer to like 25 to 28.
Yeah, I come in agreement with you. It's a really tough one. I wouldn't touch this, quite frankly.
Yeah,
I think it's a well-set line. Mike Clay's kind of projected for 28, so Captain Hook may be coming into play on this prop. You're right about the wide receiver room. Not a lot of significant upgrades here. D-Hop has got 1 foot in the fantasy grave right now. And you're right about the history. Again, it was an anomalous performance last year with the 41. The year prior, 24. The year before that, 17 and 12 games. He was only number 27 in deep ball completion percentage, but he was number 2 in red zone completion percentage. Is that sustainable? I think it's debatable. I think the under 28.5 is the shrewd move here with Lamar Jackson, though, at a heavier juice there at -120. Let's go to Joe Cool, the modern day version, that being Joe Burrow. 32.5 passing touchdowns. That seems aggressive, at least to some. -115 on the over, -115 on the under. What say you? Burrow over or under 32.5?
I'd rather bet him to win MVP, man, than bet him to throw 33 touchdown passes, because if he does what he did last year, and this is a 10-11 win team even, just a wild card team, he's the MVP of the league, man. I feel like I would only be able to bet the over, though. I would worry about getting clipped. He throws exactly 32 touchdown passes, but they make Jamar Chase the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. When we thought that either he was going to play on the franchise tag or they were going to have to move him, they bring back T. Higgins. I like Mike Gesicki for what he is, right? So if Joe Burrow stays healthy, that's always the question. Can he stay healthy? Also, like, how much better is that defense? So they're probably still going to be in a ton of shootouts. I think he throws probably 40 touchdown passes, man. It's a big number, but I can only bet the over on Joe Burrow.
I'm taking the over. I think it could be pretty damn close to what he did last season with the 43. I know he had 15 the year before and only 10 games, 26 the year before that. The defense is not going to be good. That's the other thing you got to take into consideration here. I think it's going to be a very average unit overall, and I love the weapons around him. He's got arguably the best wide receiver in the league. And Jamar Chase. You got T. Higgins, an exceptional WR2. Yoshi Voss is a big-bodied target that works between the hash marks. Really kind of operates as a tight end. Oh, yeah, and he's got an uber-athletic tight end and Mike Gesicki as well. And Chase Brown was heavily utilized as a receiver inside the red zone. Get down with my guy, Chase Brown. Yeah. I'm all in on Joe Burrow. It wouldn't remotely shock me come year's end. He is the quarterback 1 in fantasy football this season. Remember, he'll get you a few rushing yards as well. And now a couple of years removed from some of those lower body injuries, he may feel more open to taking off and calling his own number when feeling the pressure. So Burrow, he's got to be, throwing frozen ropes all season long. Minimum 33 touchdowns. I think it's going to be in the 35 to 40 range when it's all said and done. All right, let's go out to the left coast. The brand new Seattle Seahawks, former Minnesota Viking, and Sam Darnold. May seem like a low number. 19.5 passing touchdowns. -120 the under, over, and -110 on the under. What say you on Sam Darnold? Over or under?
It does. Yeah, it seems like a low number, man, but I just worry. Geno Smith was under a lot of pressure in Seattle. That offensive line was not great. And Sam Darnold, the numbers really, really dip when he's under pressure. He's like bottom 10 quarterback in the league, but still, I would lean over. As long as he doesn't lose his job, which I don't expect him to Drew Lock, and I think Jalen Milroe a 2 to 3 year project. I still like the weapons. JSN, Cooper Kupp, even if he has lost a step. MVS, Noah Fant at the tight end position, and then Elijah Arroyo, who I really like out of Miami. I think 21 to 22 sounds about right, so I would lean over.
I'm going to take the under, man. This is just a gut feeling call. Just a gut feeling call for me. Mike Clay's got him at 19. Yeah, I like JSN a lot. I mean, Cooper Kupp, we'll see what he's got left. MVS, by the way, they have the most multisyllabic names among wide receivers with the hyphens there at JSN and MVS. But he's a one-trick pony. All he can do is make splashy plays outside the numbers. You got Fant, you got Arroyo, who you love. I don't know, man. I know he's number 7 in red zone completion percentage last season, but that was with Justin Jefferson. Number 1 in deep ball completion percentage. I think he takes a major step back. Give me the under. Sam Darnold, 19.5 in year 1 with the Seattle Seahawks. All right, we got to take a little CSA here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to view our cards this evening. I can tell you, I'm still slumping. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Network.
Joins Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house here on a Hump Day edition of the show. Phone line still open. Hey, if you got some early fantasy football thoughts, some sports betting thoughts in the NFL, the NBA, the NHL, or Major League Baseball, easy way to contact Horvey and I. If you got a comment or question, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. Going to go ahead and shut that bad boy down right now. It was asking you this. Season-long player props in the NFL are beginning to surface. Looking at quarterbacks, which past TD's prop has the best chance to cash the over out of? Jalen Hurts over 19.5 passing touchdowns at a -115. Joe Burrow over 32.5 passing touchdowns, also at a -115. Jaden Daniels over 21.5 passing touchdowns at a -140. Or Lamar Jackson over 28.5 passing touchdowns at a -110. Officially 121 votes cast. Horvat, which quarterback led the way?
I'll go with Jaden Daniels, man. That number seems a little short, so I'll go Jaden.
Jaden Daniels, correct. Over 21.5 passing touchdowns, so at a heavier juice at a -140, 43.8%. Next up, Hurts on the over 19.5 passing touchdowns, a -115 at a 26.4%. Joe Burrow, the man that earned the bronze medal, over 32.5 passing touchdowns at a -115 at 24%, and dead last, really dead last in convincing fashion, Lamar Jackson over 28.5 passing touchdowns, -110, just 5.8% of the vote. We did have a couple of comments. Bill sent me an image of Salma Hayek from Dust Till Dawn and say, when you're talking about pole dancing, please mention her every time. I see what you did there. Jeff Harris said, Daniels, but odds-wise, he is going to go with Hurt. So likes her quite a bit. Who was your top choice out of these four guys? Mine is Joe Burrow. I think Burrow's got to throw a minimum 35 this year.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I mean, it's a big number, but I could see Joe Burrow throwing like 45 to 50 touchdown passes if he stays fully healthy. Pretty high on the Bengals this year. And I think you said it best, man, the defense. Even if they're better this year, what are they? Bottom 15 still, maybe like 16th, 15th total defense. So it'd be Joe Burrow for me, although that is a short number for Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, I'm telling you, man, go the extra mile to get him in your fantasy drafts this season. I think he's going to run more than what we've seen in the last couple of years because he's healthy below the waist, right?
Yeah.
And, he's a guy who's got, the ankle issues are long in the past. He may run for 350 yards this year, get you like 3 or 4 rushing touchdowns to go along with likely baseline to 35 passing touchdowns, go along with well north of 4,000 passing yards. It could be a banner. It could almost be a career year for Joe Burrow, coming off a career passing touchdown this year, which he had 40-plus last year. So I'm going to be heavily invested in that guy because he has great hair, and I'm envious. I'll just say that right now. So, and plus he's got Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Yoshi Voss, and my dude Chase Brown. You see the maple syrup that I got there on the background. Oh, yeah, there it is. So tasty. The maple syrup of Chase Brown. And some of my banners are falling down behind me. I'm just now noticing that. That is not a great sign for the couple NFL teams that were hanging up there. They've already fallen down to their – and one of them happens to be the Bengals. No BS. Yeah, it's a terrible sign. Bet the under on Joe Burrow.
Yeah, screwed.
As a result.
Jinxed.
That's an omen. As a jinx. There's no question about it. All right, speaking of jinx, let's go and review our stupid cards this evening. You already know where my bets are at. Probably in the trash, man. How about yours?
So, man, I was pretty much celebrating my Rockets win already, right? As 4-point favorites in this game. They were up 30. The Warriors, I thought they waved the flag, man. In fact, we had I had to stand up there for a second. Our TVs froze. It's only a 15-point game, though. 112-97 with 5:49 to go. There's like dudes I've never seen before on the floor for the Warriors. This one guy, who actually did go to Northwestern. What's my man's name? Spencer. Pat Spencer or something like that. He's all of a sudden Jaying up, so I'm a little worried now. It's a 15-point game, 5:40 to go. Now it's a 13-point game. I don't know who. Moses Moody is going off, man. So Mario's live bet at 16.5 looks like it was a good bet. Now I have to sweat out a 4-point win for the Rockets, unfortunately. So that
and the Rockets have put their starters back in, by the way.
Yeah, so now I'm sweating, Brad. But I had the Rockets as 4-point favorites. I still hope that goes well. We'll see, though. I don't want to jinx it. The other one I had, the Panthers, minus 105 against the Lightning. That's in the third period. Panthers do lead 4-3, so hoping for a 2-0 start. And then Jalen Green, over 16.5 points. He's got 11. He tweaked his ankle, clearly out there at like 60%, not fully healthy. So it'd be really cool if he could score 7 points since the starters had to come back in for the Warriors. Caps win, 4-1, or they're about to win. That's an empty netter. So that looks like it's going to be a dub. So pretty good night other than Jalen Green so far. That could be the only loss. Or the Rockets if they really do blow this.
Oh, I wish I was you right now. Pete Alonso, I had the over on 1.5 HRR. Dude's got 3 walks. No runs, unfortunately. Maybe I get lucky here in the 9th and get bailed out, but that one's looking very doubtful. The Rays lost. They didn't cover the plus 1.5 on the run line. They lost 3-0 to Kansas City. Rasmussen went well under 5.5K. You should have just taken that by itself instead of parlaying it, idiot. So I missed that. And then in this game, this is what's wild. So, it looks like the over's already hit, unfortunately. Yeah, I had the under on 208.5, so the over's hit, so it doesn't matter. But I had Sengun for a double-double. Remember, I just needed one more rebound, and it was nice to have him back in the game, but that is a loser. So it's looking like an 0-3 night for me. That happens. However, see, it just figures. So the card, absolutely craptastic, right?
Yeah.
The other bets, Tobias Myers, that cashed in the first inning, took the over 1.5 walks. Alper and Sengun, I had the over 1.5 steals of plus 155. That hit in the end of, I think, the third quarter or midway through the third quarter. So that one cashed. And then I had a bet on Travis Hunter. That won't cash for months. Also had the under in A's and Rangers. It is 1-1 in the bottom of the 6. So that's looking good. I had that at 8. Marcus Simeon, I also had the under on 1.5 on the HRR. That dude has been in a terrible, horrible, massive slump. That one did not hit because he's got a run and also a hit, so that was a loser. And then I had Kyle Tucker for the NL MVP. So mixed bag, except on the stupid card. And I had a parlay Pete. I had Texas plus 1.5 on the run line. Eovaldi under 1.5 walks. Let's see. Eovaldi has no walks, and it looks like he's about to exit, so that's going to cash. The Rangers, they're deadlocked with the A's at 1-1, and the under on 12.5. That may hit for parlay Pete at plus 122, but the rest of my cards sucked.
Yeah, you got some bad nights, you got some good nights. I can't believe I have to sweat out the Rockets. Now they're just doing the dumbest stuff possible, by the way. Dylan Brooks almost just got kicked out of the game in typical Dylan Brooks fashion. Sengun goes up to my guy Pat Spencer, if that's even his name, who looks like an insurance salesman. You're up 13, dude, just trying not to blow a 30-point lead. He's bumping into this guy. He's like the 16th guy off the bench. And now we got, who the hell is that Trace Jackson?
TJD, yeah, Indy legend.
I haven't seen any of these guys in 6 years. Now they're all on my TV trying to blow a 30-point lead. Sengun, what are you doing? What are you doing? This guy's going to be playing in Turkey in a year. You're trying to make this a 3-2 series. I hate this league sometimes, man. I can't believe I got to sweat this thing out. It was a 30-point game. Now it's a 13-point game with 4 minutes to go. And the Warriors have none of their starters in. It's all of their scrubs. Crazy this league,
It really
Brad.
is nuts. And we were talking about, 16.5?
Yeah,
on the
16.5.
in the
Yes.
first half. And, you know, I thought that was dead and gone a long time ago. No, it's back. It's risen from the dead. It is resurrected right now. The zombie bet lives. It's unbelievable that it's 114 and 101. And it's rare that you see this, and really you only see this in the postseason. In these circumstances, when somehow, some way, a team can scratch and claw and get their way back into a game, after all the starters have been pulled,
dude.
From the team with the lead or inserted back into the lineup, and they are praying and to hang on by the skin of their little chins. It's just crazy what is going on with the Houston Rockets. And again, it's great news for Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr's like, hey, I'm evaluating these guys.
Yep.
They could be, future major contributors in this franchise, maybe later on in the playoffs, or, at a minimum next year or the year after. So it's a win-win for the Golden State Warriors, even in a loss for them.
Yeah. Hell, they might come back and win this game with Pat Bryant or Pat Spencer and the rest of the Northwestern Wildcats. I think like Elaine's son, remember he was like the 15th man off the bench there. Yeah, everything's a sweat. I was joking when I said this is going to be a sweat when it was a 30-point game, but nope, here we are, 13-point game, 4:14 to go. Dylan Brooks doing his best to get kicked out. Crazy, man. It's also crazy that Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green, neither guy has been kicked out of a game or ejected yet. Going against, have they, Mario? I don't think so, have they?
They've been pretty good on not kicking out anyone through this whole playoff series.
Draymond's been challenging that already in the series.
Dylan Brooks is now. Yeah, Brooks is really asking for it, dude.
I would argue almost every series in the NBA has had some type of fight or some type of physical altercation, and they have not suspended anyone. A lot of these guys have been able to play, which is, I think, fantastic.
Yeah. All I want is this game to end. I want this game to end with at least a 6-point Rockets victory, and then all is right in the world. Instead, we're at the monitor. Guys are probably going to get ejected. I don't know what's going on here, man. It's not good, though. Not good.
No, it's definitely not good, and we will get back in the saddle tomorrow. At least I will. Thankfully, I'll have a lot more baseball action to choose from. That's what stinks when you're doing the show late at night. Yeah. Unfortunately, don't have a whole lot to pick from with some of the live action, especially when it's a heavy baseball day slate. So tomorrow will be a few more evening games. We'll choose from that. We'll be breaking stuff down in the NFL and the NBA, Major League Baseball on tomorrow's show. A couple of guests as well. I got to exit stage left. We're about to stick around for another hour. Until tomorrow, adios, amigos. Finish them off, Texas Rangers.
If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Network with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm going to zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
All right, we got the solo hour coming up here. Ryan Horvat with you for the next 60 minutes. Right now, NBA basketball playoff action. Golden State with the 3-1 series lead. On the road, though, tonight in Houston, where the Rockets looking to wrap this up, make it a 3-2 series. 123-105 the score right now. The Rockets closed as 4-point favorites, 4.5 in some spots. I was on Houston, feeling pretty good about them. They were up as many as 30 in this game. Let the Warriors kind of crawl back in with all their scrubs on the floor. The Warriors pretty much have not played their starters since like 5 minutes to go, 6 minutes to go in the third quarter, and all of a sudden their scrubs start making a run. They're bench players, but now they're waving the flag. Houston taking out all their starters, and it's 123-105 with 143 to go. So this is going to be a 3-2 series. Coming up in about 5 minutes, we got the Lakers 6.5-point favorites tonight, trailing, though, 3-1 to the Minnesota Timberwolves. I feel like that's too many points, to be honest with you. I like the Lakers, but they're minus 250 on the money line. So for me, it would be a live bet, if anything. Total in the game, 210.5. Mario, what would you do here, man? Because obviously the Lakers need this one or season over. 1-2-3 Cancun. They go all in at the deadline, make a deal for Luka. LeBron, he's excellent, but he's 40 years old. Austin Reeves hasn't really showed up, and they don't have a rim protector. So what do you think here? 6.5, too many points, or do you think that the Lakers get the job done tonight and cover with these?
Too many points because the Lakers are pretty old, and JJ does not trust his bench at all, and he got really fired up at a press conference that someone in the media asking if he's going to use his bench at all, so that's always a good sign. But 6.5 is a lot. I understand that we saw, today Rockets in a desperate spot, and they kind of really whoop Warriors' ass a little bit. Last night we saw the Clippers get their butts kicked by the Nuggets, kind of in a similar situation. So maybe if you're following that trend, then yes, in this type of situation you want to back the Lakers. But I don't know, man. I don't know if I really trust this team that's led by really two guys, because Austin Reeves just hasn't been himself lately, to cover 6.5 points. I do think the Lakers win, but just the Wolves, that's just too many points. Maybe if you find a way to same game parlay it with Lakers money line and then we tick it down a little bit.
Oh, Jesus.
Go that option.
I'm good on that. It's way too much to me to be cheering. It's going to be midnight when I get home. I ain't cheering for all that.
I do think it's going to be a good prop night for LeBron, though.
Yeah, I like the over on I like the PRA, 42.5.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad look at all.
Yeah, I mean, granted, he's 40 years old, but it's an elimination game. He's played 13 of these since he's been in Los Angeles, more before he got to Los Angeles, but he's went over this number in 9 of the 13 games. So we'll see. He can't be any worse than he's been in the fourth quarter of these games either. But Minnesota leads the series 3-1. That's coming up next, Game 5 out in Los Angeles, where, again, the Lakers are laying 6.5, so a pretty big number. Good night betting hockey, another good one for me. So the Capitals get the job done. They win the series. They're off to the second round. They beat Montreal 4-1. They get their final goal on an empty netter. Ovechkin scores another goal in the postseason. They were minus 192 favorites, so it was a big price, but they do win. Total goes under 6.5, but Washington knocks out Montreal. They're on to the next round. And then I'm on Florida. It was just 5-3, but I believe that they just reviewed that goal, took it off the board. So I felt really good at a 5-3. Nope, there it is again. 5-3. Panthers up right now on Tampa Bay. So looking at a 2-0 night. Still, though, 6:58 to go in the third period. So don't want to cash that ticket before it actually cashes. Count it before I cash it. Whatever, you know what I'm saying. Winnipeg and St. Louis tied up at 1. Winnipeg, the Jets actually scored first. St. Louis comes back. They tied this game up. Still 13:48 to go in the first period. So if you bet the over, you're looking pretty good because we already got 2 goals. And there's still 13 minutes to go, period 1. Total bounces up to 6.5. It's minus 175 to the over. And St. Louis goes from plus 150, plus 145 in some spots, down to plus 132. That was my bet. I'm on St. Louis. I feel like the pressure's off them, man. They dropped the first 2 games in this series. An away team, a road team hasn't won a game in this series, but I think it happens tonight. I'm all over the Blues. I still like them right now at plus 142. Major League Baseball, unfortunately, the Cubs bullpen, they happen tonight. They do what they do, and they blow it. So they lose. That game does go final about like 15, 20 minutes ago. Still love this Cubs team, but tough loss to the Pirates. 4-3 was the final score. The Pirates were plus 148 dogs tonight. Total does go under 9. Some other scores from around Major League Baseball. St. Louis beats up on Cincinnati earlier today, 9-1. Philadelphia over the Nats, 7-2. KC, the Royals, over Tampa Bay, 3-0 in a shutout. Toronto comes back. They were down big, man, and they win in 10 innings and extras, 7-6 over Boston. I have to check if Vladdy homered really quick. Don't mind me. He did not. I would have been angry because that's kind of the bit on this show. I bet him every single night, and he always lets me down. In fact, the only time that he's homered this year, I have not been on either of those props. Baltimore beats the Yanks earlier, 5-4. Cleveland over Minnesota, 4-2. The Angels get blown out, 9-2. Dodgers over the Marlins, 12-7. Low-scoring game earlier out in Colorado, 2-1. And then San Diego over San Francisco, 5-3. That's a sore subject for me because I had the under in that game at 7. Total just went over at 8. Last night, the Indiana Pacers clinch over the Milwaukee Bucks. We kind of all saw that coming once Damian Lillard went down with a torn Achilles. Now we just wonder when, if ever, do we see Damian Lillard ever again? Probably not in a Milwaukee Buck jersey. And then you wonder the same about Giannis. Is he going to be back in Milwaukee next year? By the way, Indiana, huge dogs in their series, like a 3-1 price. Not saying that I would bet Indiana, but not even really surprised, actually, to be honest with you. But now the big conversation, I feel, is going to be what happens next for the Bucks and what happens next for Giannis. And I've heard a lot of different takes on this the last 24 hours. I was in Milwaukee doing morning radio for like 7 years, covered the team for 2 years, love Giannis. I know the people in Milwaukee love Giannis. But I could see this both ways, both sides of this, right? So the Bucks roster is old, man. Like, the championship team from 4 years ago has completely been butchered. Brook Lopez is gone next year, most likely, and he should be. I don't even know that he's in the league next year. He is not getting any younger. He could barely move laterally, so I think you've seen the last of Brook Lopez in Milwaukee. Chris Middleton, who was Giannis's running mate, they came into the league together. They won a championship together. Middleton was the 1B or the Robin to Giannis's Batman that championship run. And I know people will laugh when I say that. Some people out in Milwaukee, because Chris Middleton does have his haters. But, like, man, Giannis missed the final 2 games in the Eastern Conference Finals that year. Granted, it was against Atlanta, and Trae Young was also beat up. But Middleton and Drew Holiday carried that team into the NBA Finals. But now Chris Middleton's stuck here in Washington, D.C., no longer a member of the Milwaukee Bucks. Did you get the cover on that, by the way?
Let's go, Brando! We got the... Don't foul. Don't foul.
They're not going to
foul. And we
foul.
have the back door.
131-116. What was the number you got?
18.5.
Yeah, you got it.
We got it. Let's go, Brando.
So everybody wins.
Brando,
Rockets, 4-point favorites. All right, back to my Giannis take, damn it.
I'm sorry.
You guys dancing around here like a bunch of jabronis while I'm trying to do a solo hour that I don't want to do and I don't get paid for over here.
I'm sorry.
I'm kidding. I love doing this job, damn it, and I love this hour. So anyway, are we on the score right now? Are we even on anywhere? All right, Twitch, YouTube, baby. So Giannis, I could see it that case. I could see it like where people would be like, now's the time to trade Giannis. Middleton's gone. Brook Lopez is gone. You moved on from Drew Holiday. I don't know who the hell is going to be on that roster next year. Damian Lillard is pushing 40 years old pretty much. He's coming off a torn Achilles at that age. So most likely he's not going to be ready until, playoff time at best next year. So I get where you would want to, if you're a Bucks fan, blow it all up and worry about the future, get as many draft picks as possible. I don't know who you can make a deal with. Maybe Houston, right? Get some of their young players, get like Jabari Smith, get some draft picks, like I said. Maybe you look to make a deal with a team like, I don't even know, man. That's the thing. Like, what would you want for Giannis? I would want some young players, and I would want a lot of draft picks. The Bucks have like no draft picks for the next 4 to 5 years because they traded them all away, trying to make these deals for Drew Holiday, trying to make a deal for Damian Lillard. But I just don't know. Like, Giannis is a top 5 player in the league still. He's awesome. Even in that playoff series against Indiana, tried to carry the team on his back. He could average a triple-double. He could be the MVP of the league still. But I don't know who the second best player in Milwaukee is if Damian Lillard's not there. And now that Chris Middleton's gone, and without Brook Lopez, is it Kyle Kuzma? Kyle Kuzma's making like $12 million a year. That was one of the worst pickups this season. Did absolutely nothing in the playoffs. Game 1 didn't have a point, rebound, or assist. I hadn't seen anybody do that in 20 minutes of action since Tony Snell did it for the Bucks like a decade ago. So I could see where you would want to blow it up, see what you could get in return for Giannis, because you're just pretty much in basketball hell if you win 45, 46 games every single season. That's what the Chicago Bulls do, win 38 to 40 games every year, play in the play-in tournament, get eliminated, don't even make it to the first round. And I just don't know that Giannis at 30 years old, and it's also kind of crazy that Giannis is only 30 years old. It's also kind of crazy that he's already 30 years old, if that makes sense, man. I feel like just yesterday when I moved here, the Bucks were competing for a championship, winning a championship. But also, it's like, damn, Giannis came into the league. He was 19 years old. He was like 145 pounds. Nobody even knew who he was. Bucks found him at pick 15, and they got lucky, and that's why he's always been so loyal. He's always showed loyalty and said, I want to finish my career in Milwaukee. And I do believe that. I think that he wants to, but he also puts the pressure on ownership, on management every single offseason by saying, I want to stay in Milwaukee as long as we're competing for championships. And I just don't know how they do that next year. I don't even know how they can compete for a top 4 seed, man. These teams in the East are only going to continue to get better. The Pistons, the Orlando Magic. Milwaukee's going the opposite direction. They're an old roster. Also, is Doc Rivers back? Like, who the hell's the coach of this team? Is it Doc Rivers? Do they bring back Mike Budenholzer? So, trading Giannis for a boatload of picks, trading him somewhere like Miami, and Miami, after that first round loss, that's disappointing. That's embarrassing. I could see them wanting to make a big splash. And also, the national media does this every year since they've won the championship, since they won the NBA Finals. Right away, 24 hours later, Giannis leaving Milwaukee. And I never really believed it, that he actually would consider it. But now, man, I feel like Milwaukee's kind of got to consider it too. What could you get in return? I could also see, though, Milwaukee being like, no, you can't have him. We want him. If he wants to be here, if he's not going to bitch and complain, he's already signed the Supermax. We're already paying him. If he wants to be here, if he wants to stick it out and prove his loyalty, maybe go through a rough 2 or 3 seasons, we'll try to retool around him in a couple years. Although, man, then he's 33, 34 years old. I don't know if he could be the best player on a championship team. I also understand that because Milwaukee was not relevant since the 70s, right? Like when they traded Kareem. And that was the last time that they had won a championship. And nobody cared about basketball. The first couple of years I was in Milwaukee and I was producing the postgame show, we would get calls, but it was the same 10 dudes calling Sparky every single night. And Sparky was like one of the real ones that was watching the Bucks when they were an 18, 20 win team. And then they went through some struggles, and they got Jabari and they got Giannis, and they really knocked it out of the park with Giannis because, again, nobody knew who he was. Everybody loved Jabari Parker, but he just couldn't stay healthy. 2 knee injuries, just decided he didn't want to play defense. And they stuck it out, and they won a championship. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're Milwaukee, man, you just built the Pfizer Forum a couple years ago, a huge arena for Milwaukee. You just built the Deer District, that like entire neighborhood around Milwaukee. Is anybody going to care? Is anybody going to go to games if you're a 15-win team built around Pat Connaughton and Kyle Kuzma and Gary Trent Jr.? I don't think so. So I can see it if you're John Horst, if you're that ownership group, you're like, no, you can't have him. We're not trading him for anything. He could bitch, he could complain, he could threaten to sit games. But at the end of the day, he's under contract, and we're not moving him because we want to sell tickets. We want to continue to build around this arena. And if you're a fan, I get it both sides of it too. Like if you're a smart fan, you're probably saying, nah, I want draft picks. I want the next Cooper Flagg in 2 or 3 years. I want the number 1 overall pick because as good as Giannis is, he can't carry us to a championship team with Kyle Kuzma and Gary Trent. And also, like he's been loyal. Let's show him loyalty now. Right, like he's stuck with us here the last couple of years when we all knew the Bucks weren't good enough to compete for a championship. Even if Damian Lillard doesn't get hurt, they still probably lose. At best, they probably lose in 7 games to the Pacers. So I could see being loyal to him now. Hey, you could go to Golden State and play with this Warriors team. You could go to Miami, and play for Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley. But I also get like being a fan and being like, no, you can't have him, man. I want to watch Giannis. This is my favorite player in NBA history. This is the guy that took us to a championship. I never thought that we were going to see that in Milwaukee. That also makes the story a lot cooler. You see it in football. You see it in Major League Baseball every once in a while. Not in a while because the Dodgers are so good. But like when the Royals won it, it was an awesome story. When the Marlins won it, for me, it wasn't an awesome story because I hated it. Because as a Cubs fan, I was like, how the hell did they get World Series and we don't? But that was kind of cool because it was a small or middle market team and they won a championship, and that's just so tough to do, right? It's like easier if you're the Lakers and you could just make a trade deadline deal and get Luka to pair him with LeBron James, and you could bring in Anthony Davis. That's kind of what makes OKC cool, right? Like, that's not a huge market. The fans go to games. They actually wear the T-shirts. If you don't wear the T-shirt, I find this kind of crazy. If you don't put on the T-shirt and you wear an opposing team shirt, they make you take off the shirt. Do you know this? I got buddies that are Bucks fans, and they went to a game and they sat like courtside. They got really good seats, and they were like, no, you could either leave or you could put on a OKC shirt. So they had to put them on over their Giannis jerseys, bro.
I respect it.
I did too, but I would have been like, nah, F you. Like,
I don't get me wrong. I wouldn't take it well.
Yeah. But I don't know, man. I feel like the Bucks probably should move on from Giannis, but I won't be surprised if they don't. All right, we'll take a quick break. It's 6-0 Timberwolves. BetMGM tonight.
Listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
So BetMGM Tonight, probably the big noise heavens with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this hump day edition of the show. Our outstanding good friend for the COO of BetAthletics, Rachel Dory, is going to be hopping on with us here momentarily. But a friendly reminder, if you want to talk a little NBA, you want to talk some MLB, you want to talk some Stanley Cup playoffs, heck, if you want to talk the NFL and some fantasy football, all you got to do to contact Tori and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: a season-long player props in the NFL are beginning to surface. Look at quarterbacks. Which past TD's prop has the best chance to cash the over out of? Jalen Hurts over 19.5 touchdowns at a minus 115. Joe Burrow over 32.5 passing touchdowns, also at a minus 115. Jaden Daniels over 21.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 140. Or Lamar Jackson over 28.5 passing touchdowns at a minus 110. Nearly 120 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and fire off any comments. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show. So drop those in on X at BetMGM Tonight. On X at BetMGM Tonight. Now, through the power of animated picture and sound, we're going to talk to our good buddy, the COO of BetAthletics. She is a master of all of the modeling and matrix there at BetAthletics. She does an excellent job cranking out all the numerics there. Much smarter than Ryan Horvat and I combined. There's no question about it. I think she scored a perfect on her ACT and SAT, especially in the mathematics. And that is the one, the only, Rachel Dory. Make sure you follow her on X at Rachel Dory. Again, on X at Rachel Dory. Rachel, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Straight away for me, let's start in the NBA. Timberwolves Lakers Game 5 is about to go down there in SoCal. An elimination game, possibly there for the LA Lakers. Are there any props that your BetAthletics model suggests we're firing on, whether on LA or Minnesota? Also, hook us up with a parlay because, as you know, I'm a greedy SOB.
Oh, man. Okay. Parlay that'll be an interesting one. I'm on Minnesota plus 5.5 for a couple of reasons here. I see them keeping it close. Anthony Edwards has been absolutely fantastic. I think the deeper it goes for the Lakers, I mean, you got LeBron James, who seemed like by sporting age is about 1,000 years old. He's LeBron, but at the end of the day, like, you can only go so far. So I'm on Minnesota plus 5.5 here. And for those of you in the betting world, Book It with Trent is on the Lakers minus 5.5. And so immediately I'm feeling way better about this.
Yes.
My favorite straight of the night, though, is McDaniels over 13.5 points. He's averaging 19.75 in this series. 13.5 just seems obnoxiously low. At BetAthletics, our two favorite props in this kind of round one have been the Jalen Green unders, which have been hitting with 100% at this point because they just adjusted the line today. And then McDaniels over 13.5 has been consistent. So we're going with him tonight. Parlay, this one's tough. I'm going to take Naz Reid, 4+ rebounds, Jaden McDaniels, 10+ points, Minnesota teaser plus 9.5. I don't have the juice on that off the top of my head, but I believe it's around plus 180.
Ooh, like that a lot. Rachel, right now, Stanley Cup playoffs, Washington up 3-0 on Montreal, and then Tampa and Florida now tied at 3, second period, 7:27 to go. Anything that you like in the late game coming up in about 25 minutes? St. Louis plus 145 right now on the money line, Winnipeg minus 175, total 5.5. Anything side total or prop-wise that you like tonight?
Yeah, so originally I was going to be on St. Louis, but Gabriel Velarde is back in the lineup, and if you remember last week, we talked about how important he was to their secondary scoring. I just, the fact that he's back in the lineup, I have to stay away from the sides entirely. The one thing I am mashing tonight is the over. Connor Hellebuck has turned into playoff Connor Hellebuck, and that means he and the Toronto Maple Leafs are all in the same category in playoff situations. They're garbage. So I expect that there will be goals in this game on both sides of the equation. And with that, I'm going to parlay Kyle Connor and Robert Thomas for a point each.
Oh, I like that a lot. Speaking of the Maple Leafs, do they close it out tomorrow? Minus 102, total in the game 5.5. Anything that you like there? Do you think they get it done? And also anything else that you like? Because it is a 4-game slate. Absolutely loaded tomorrow night.
Yeah, so we were talking off air. I hedged my when you know your team, you know your team. Last night, I had probably my biggest wager of the season, if not one of, on Ottawa. There was just no way. I lean towards Toronto tomorrow. I would hesitate. I want to see what they're doing in goal first, so I would not put that in right now. But I would lean towards Toronto moneyline. I do not think they're going to lose 3 straight to Ottawa. That would be pretty outrageous. Tomorrow I'm going to take the Colorado moneyline. I think they push this thing to 7. I'm also going to take McDavid and Draisaitl, not for a point each, for an assist each. They have been... The two of them have combined for 20 points in the playoffs thus far. They've only played 5 games. You can do the math on that. They're playing really well. But my favorite sort of parlay tomorrow is Brady Tkachuk for a point and Joel Eriksson of the Minnesota Wild for a point. Both of them have been excellent the last 3 games, and I think if their respective teams are going to stay alive tomorrow night, it's going to be because those two have massive games.
Oh, outstanding. We're talking to Rachel Dory right now, as we usually do. COO of BetAnalytics. Check out that awesome site. Also follow her on X, at Rachel Dory. Again, on X, at Rachel Dory. Rachel, let's go to the diamond. Looking at MLB futures, is there a market or possibly 3 that stand out to you? And I'll give you bonus points if you say anything positive about the Chicago Cubs.
Honestly, it's tough. The Cubs are kind of in no man's land right now. They're so tough to get a read on. Like, just building modeling right now for BetAnalytics for the game models. The Cubs are one of the toughest teams to get a read on just because they're so inconsistent. I like Garrett Crochet plus 270 to win the Cy Young. When you look at his percentage, the percentage of strikes thrown, how good the Red Sox are, the position he puts the Red Sox in to win, I think plus 270 is some pretty good value there. I have an Aaron Judge MVP ticket, but I have it way higher than the 130 it's at now. I think you're probably still getting some value there, but I would be very careful because an injury and that line's cooked. But I would say Dylan Cruz, plus 250 for NL Rookie of the Year. This kid's been unbelievable to start the season. And when a guy gets the juice at the beginning of the year, all he has to do is somewhat maintain what he has and not get absurdly outplayed. I don't see anybody really outplaying Cruz by that much throughout the end of the season unless he gets hurt. And plus 250, I think is tremendous value. I think there's probably a greater than 25%, 30% chance that he wins. So I'm all over that.
Oh, I think it's a great call. Rachel, we'll get out of here on this. With the NFL draft, the books and season-long props beginning to surface, I need to get a question in. Yeah, you're not going to get paid for eons, and you're not going to gain any interest on the money that you're going to have tied up. But is there a future that's out there, maybe the yardage market and the touchdowns market, just maybe the awards market, anything in the NFL and the futures market that has already captivated your attention?
I guess this is like almost a philosophy segue. There's not a chance I am taking a single player thing until at least August. I need to see these guys off-season workouts. I need to know who's opting in and out of going to training camp. I need to know if Trey Hendrickson is going to show up in Bengals camp, because I think if the Bengals are good this year, Joe Burrow's got an outside shot at the MVP because he is like absurdly good, and if the Bengals do anything, it's going to be because of him and Jamar Chase. But I don't touch player props until I really see kind of what adjustments teams are making, what the playbook looks like, anything like that. The only wager I have right now on the books for NFL season is Baltimore over an 11.5 wins. I don't think that number is high enough. I think they probably win 13 games this year. So to me, 11.5, I think by the time we get to September, this line's probably 12.5. So I look at that. When you look at Derrick Henry, Lamar Jackson, the fact that they added, his name is escaping me right now, but they added another star safety to play alongside Kyle Hamilton. Like, not only are they going to be excellent on the offensive side of the ball, they are going to be a nightmare to play against on the defensive side of the ball. And I think 11.5 is probably a little too low if you look at their schedule and how they make up here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And I'm one of those because Rachel already have a couple of player prop season-long bets already on my card. I took Ashton Jeanty over 999.5 rush yards. This was certainly low. I'm probably going to get at least 275 carries for Vegas. And I took Travis Hunter as well, over 650.5 receiving yards, because I think he's going to play at least 75% of the team snaps for the Jacksonville Jaguars at wide receiver in year one. And he's so damn explosive. Awesome stuff from our buddy Rachel Dory. She is COO at BetAnalytics. Check out that site. On X, we're just bringing it to you at Rachel Dory. Again, on X, at Rachel Dory. Rachel, enjoy the NBA playoffs, enjoy the MLB slates, and enjoy, more importantly, dropping the puck and making some bucks in the NHL. And good luck to your Maple Leafs. This is the year!
Gotta be.
It's gotta be. Thanks, boys. Go Leafs, go.
All right, thanks, Rachel. There she goes. Rachel Dory. Yeah. Diehard Toronto Maple Leafs fan, pride of old Canada.
Big game tomorrow.
She's gone through a lot of pain and misery being a Leafs fan. I don't know a whole lot about hockey. I just know the Leafs have always squandered opportunities. They were like the Chicago Cubs prior to 2016, so I feel her pain. I've been in those moments, those uncomfortable positions, and you're just like, they're going to find a way to let me down. And they're going to do it in a new, most spectacular, demoralizing way, and they constantly delivered. So I'm hoping Toronto pulls through and makes a real deep run in the NHL playoffs and not hoisting the cup in the end. The Cubs, 4-3 right now. Bottom of the eighth inning, they are down. Drew Pomeranz in the game. They're going to have one more shot at this thing to tie it up, to potentially push us in extras, if not win it, if they can get a lead going into the ninth inning. And then meanwhile, pulling up the NBA, oh my God. It's still
ugly.
bad.
It's beautiful, but it's ugly.
Have they pulled the starters yet? Are the starters still in there? Yeah, they have.
No,
yeah, they have. Yeah, they have.
Kind of like Van Vliet was still out there. I'm a little worried about my guy.
the Warriors guys.
Oh, Warriors? Yeah, Warriors, yeah. I'm hoping that we don't see him the rest of the evening. I would assume that that's probably it. Down 30, 3:21 to go in the third quarter. It's going to be a 3-2 series. You go back home, you get yourself right. I'm just kind of mad at myself. I didn't bet a little bit more on Houston. I really like this spot, but Mario scared me last night, saying he was all about the Warriors. Warriors are the best team ever. Jimmy Butler better than Jordan. Turns out he was wrong. He was wrong.
Yeah, indeed is the case. It's 98-70, 3:21 to go in the third. Yeah, Van Vliet's still out there. Eamon Thompson's still out there. I need one more stinking rebound from Şengün, so we get that double-double. He's at 14-9. I'm praying he gets one more minute a tick, so he can squeeze that rebound. I get the double-double and cash it, because I think the under is going to hit. We were talking about the live under at 222.5. I think that's very much in play. I think even my original total at 208.5 is still going to be very much in play. Even though the Rockets are likely to put up at least 115. I mean, they're just going to, take the foot off the pedal and coast in to an easy victory. And, already Golden State's got the scrubs in there. So that tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
As they are going to, again, live to fight another day. All right. And we are going to live to fight for another segment. We got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, over or under NFL player props, we're going to be talking about some of those quarterback markets and passing touchdowns in our early leans, helping you out for fantasy and for sports betting. So don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. You could stream the show on YouTube. You can watch us there as well as Twitch. Right now, NBA playoff action. The Lakers trying to keep their season alive, and it's not looking so good, but it's the NBA, so you're never really out of it. 31-19, first quarter of action, 20 seconds to go. The Timberwolves lead in the series 3-1. Guys, I don't know if you saw this. Matt Miller did his top 100 NFL draft picks. I don't know if I agree with this, but if you're a Bears fan, I think this has to get you excited, at least for the offensive side of the ball. Luther Burden, number 1.
Let's go.
Number 7, Colston Loveland.
Don't hate people. Always hate people at the top.
So Colston Loveland, I absolutely love. Tyler Warren, I don't think you could have went wrong with, but I like Colston Loveland. If Ben Johnson, put it this way, man. If Ben Johnson wanted Colston Loveland over Tyler Warren, there's a reason why.
Yeah.
And you could bring up the separation, how they're going to use him. He's a better route runner. They're going to obviously pair him with Cole Kmet. I can't wait to see what those guys look like together, especially in the red zone where Caleb Williams was awesome last year, 13 touchdowns, no picks. I still think DJ Moore will have a big role, obviously, and be wide receiver number 1. But what I'm really interested in seeing is how they use Rome and how they use Luther Burden, right? Luther Burden could be a 5-tool guy, right? I think that he could do a little bit of everything, man. He was a really good athlete in high school, also played hoops, like a lot of these guys do. But I don't know if he's going to be able to, beat press coverage on the outside, if he's just a slot guy. Maybe he's just a gadget guy. I just can't wait to see how Ben Johnson uses him and Rome in the offense together. But I love those picks back-to-back on the offensive side of the ball. Was a little bit surprised that they didn't go running back earlier, but who knows? Maybe they do end up with Nick Chubb, and I know he's in his 30s, but I saw another video today that made me jealous as I sit here injured, not able to work out. He's deadlifting and squatting like 1 billion pounds, dude. Yeah. He reminds me of AP, where he's just never washed. Even if he's coming back from an injury, he could fill a role. So I don't know. That kind of that would get me excited, but I don't agree. I would not have Luther Burden as the number 1 pick, man. It would be Ashton Genty for me.
I don't know, dude. I think Brando, you can tell me too. I think Matt Miller's telling the truth. I think he's 100% spot on. Don't hate the people that tell the truth. Don't shy away from it, Ryan.
Brando, where were you at with Luther Burden? Since you get Fridays off now.
Off a month. And now I get Fridays off now.
Well, we weren't together, right. I don't think, for the Luther Burden pick. Maybe we were. Everything kind of blends in. All these days kind of blend in.
No, we weren't.
We weren't.
Once we get to the summer and we're talking Yerfies and Nerfies and her props and Blue Jays baseball, I'm kind of.
I was gone that Friday because Mario screwed me out of doing my own content on the draft and made me work the board. So
I did do that. It's 100% fact. Just like Matt Miller told the truth, Brando told the truth right there as well.
But no, I like the Luther Burden pick. I like the Bears' first 4 picks. It was the third day where I was a little confused about the process. I didn't like the fact that they left Braden Swinson on the board, but I love the Burden pick. I think it was a little bit of I guess a cosmetic pick at the time. But I'm I love the fact that they're going with weapons, and I love the fact that they're allowing Ben Johnson to take over. And you could tell that was a Ben Johnson pick and not a Ryan Poles pick, because that would have not been the pick if it was Ryan Poles pick.
I think that was part of the deal, right? Ben Johnson was waiting for the right opportunity, not only the right quarterback, right? Not only the right city and the right situation, but also a GM where he felt like I could walk in there day one and walk right over this guy. And I feel like if you're Ryan Poles, you have no other, you had to do that, right? You had to get your guy. It was Ben Johnson. Let's be honest, man. It was Ben Johnson or bust, because Vrabel was always going to the Pats.
Yeah, you're never going to get Vrabes.
You want a hot take right now? And I have, obviously, there's no sources on this or anything, but I feel like Vrabel to the Pats was a done deal 2 years ago. Gerard Mayo never had a shot.
I agree.
He never had a shot.
I agree too.
Like I said last year when we did this, if you hire Vrabel last year, there's expectations that you're going to compete. Because even this year, they spent a ton of money, and they killed it in the draft. You know what I mean? So you go with Gerard Mayo, And it's like, hey, here you go. Guy that's never going to have a job ever again. Maybe he's a coordinator or as an assistant coach. So I thought that was the right decision. So Bears, it was always going to be Ben Johnson. And Ben Johnson didn't take a job last year, waited this year, works with Caleb. And also, he's like, hey, Ryan Poles, bro, you're already trying to GM for your job here. Look what you did with that. Like, you put a USFL offensive, like an XFL offensive line, an IHSA offensive line in front of Caleb. And like Justin Fields was running for his life too. Let me step in. And he killed it this offseason and in the draft. So whatever he wanted, he wanted. I never really stress over the day 3 picks. I used to because I used to do the draft show in Green Bay or in Wisconsin day 3. So I would always have to make content. And I'd be like, what are they doing? J.K. Scott, a punter? But, whatever, dude. Whatever. He had to fill out the roster. I bring this up because Mario has a great question here in the rundown, and we did talk a little bit about the NBA because of this whole Giannis situation. And we'll see what the Bucks end up doing this offseason there. But who will be the 2024 Washington Commandos? Like, who could be the worst to first team? Titans, Raiders, Bears, Giants, Pats. For me, it's the Bears. If I had to go number 2, it would be the Pats. I just think that they're a year away still, but I love Drake May, and I love what they did in the draft, and I love all the money they spent on the defensive side of the ball. I think the Giants are going to compete. I don't know if it's Jackson Dart, Russ Wilson, Jameis Wilson. I'm just making up guys now, creative players. Jameis Winston, Tommy DeVito, Danny DeVito, whoever it is. I think the Giants are going to be better, but I don't think that they're going to win the division because the Eagles and because of the Commanders. But what do you guys think? If you had to answer that question, Titans, Raiders, Bears, Giants, Patriots. Brando, I'll start with you. I know we're going to hit on this on Friday when Rob Brown fills in.
Yeah, I thought that the Patriots had the best draft out of all the teams in the draft. I loved everything that they did from Will Campbell to Travion Henderson, and then the center out of Georgia that they picked. I forget his name, Jared something. I loved what they did in the draft. They beefed up the line. They filled every hole that they needed in this draft. They're protecting their quarterback. They went out and got a really good running back in Travion Henderson to pair up over there. I loved everything about this draft, and I think that adding Mike Vrabel and doing the things that they wanted to do 2 years ago, I think that the Patriots are probably that team, and it probably mostly because I just can't believe the Bears are that team until I see it on the field.
Yes.
So I would go with the Patriots.
Yeah, Jared Wilson is the center from Georgia, stud in the 3rd round, dude. And also Kyle Williams at Washington State. I know he's got some problems with drops, but I thought that was a steal at pick 69 as well. 8.4 yards after the catch. Could be a stud. What would you say, Mario?
So the reason why I also like the Patriots a lot is I think in that division you're going to have a lot of teams that take massive steps back. I think the Dolphins are going to take steps back, and if you looked at like a first coach fired market, I think Mike McDaniels could be pretty high up there, right? Leash is kind of short. The team's kind of falling apart. Tyreek Hill is one more bad day on Twitter away from requesting a trade and be officially Miami Dolphin no more.
He should be in a mental institution.
Yeah. How healthy can Tua be? You lost Jalen Ramsey. That organization looks like it's going the opposite direction. The Jets right now just did kind of a hard reset. How good is Anthony Lynn going to be as a head coach? We don't know. How good is Justin Fields going to be? He's going to have some good moments. He's also going to have some down moments. But Mike Vrabel has a coaching advantage in both those games. You have the Bills. They're obviously Super Bowl contender. But you could probably take one or sneak one away from them at home or maybe even in Buffalo. Just some crazy, weird stuff happening because the Vrabel team's always going to fight. So I think Patriots are a very attractive option in this. I'm very high on Drake May, UNC kid. I loved a lot of the stuff I saw. I remember watching him against the Chargers, and I really, really did think, I'm like, dude, if this guy had anyone on this team that wasn't a JV varsity football player,
right,
he'd be very, very good in the NFL and be up there for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
So I think Patriots is a good option. The team I would kind of wouldn't sleep on, but their division's just absolutely brutal. And it kind of pains me to say it, but maybe just for that 1 year run, like they're the Giants a couple years ago with Daniel Jones, is like the Raiders, where it's just Geno Smith has one more.
They're going to score points.
They're going to score a lot of points.
And it's Pete Carroll.
Yeah, and Pete Carroll's going to keep them in some random ass games and really fire them up. They're going to be competitive, and I can see them being just the Giants, where they're kind of a year too early in their process, and they get to the playoffs and they're feisty, but they get dumped on and they lose.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to say this, but I'll say it because they're not my team. Mahomes, like, yeah, he's had some high ankle sprains, but he's never really missed time and stuff. Injuries happen. It's football, right? So I don't hate the Raiders call. Max Crosby, stud, right? I think the defense should be better. Pete Carroll, granted he's 85 years old, might be the swaggiest 85-year-old. He might have like Snoop Dogg. Mario, who's your Gunna? Gunna might be on the sidelines. Who knows? All right, so that's a little tease for Friday. So you know what? If you tell your significant other, your husband, your wife, say, we're not going out on Friday. We're listening to BetMGM tonight with Rob Brown and Ryan Horvat. Cancel your plans. Cancel whatever concert or movie you're going to see because we're talking rebuilding teams, baby, on a Friday night. Guys, really quick, poll question. Bill Belichick's girlfriend, right? She's 24 years old. This whole thing, if you don't know what's going on, just Google it because we only got a couple minutes. You guys have seen Pretty Woman with Julia Roberts, right?
I actually haven't, but if you want a weird realization, by the way, Bill Belichick's girl was older than a girl I was talking to.
She's 24.
I know. The girl I was talking to was 23. That was my point.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just like, I'm saying this out loud. I'm saying this out loud because right now I'm looking at a photo of Bill Belichick, bro, and he is, like, he's a grandfather, and she's 24 years old, and all of a sudden, she's on the side. Here's my thing. Immediately when this hire was made, people on this network, I'm not going to name any names, were like, here's my best bet. North Carolina over 6.5 wins. And I was like, I wouldn't do that. Okay. Like you don't know you don't know who's on the roster yet. Okay. And let's remember Bill's last couple of years in New England. Let's remember like Bill full control some of these drafts the last couple of years. Let's remember Bill without Brady. And I'm not saying like Bill's not one of the GOATs. He is. He's the greatest coach in NFL history, the greatest defensive mind in my opinion. But like, let's see what he does at the next level before we're just betting over 6.5 wins. I'd be fine if you thought they were a 7-win team. I thought it was crazy that people were betting Carolina over like Clemson. And I'm a Dabo hater, right? But like Cade Klubnik's back. And Cade Klubnik might be the best quarterback in the country. What I'm saying is please don't waste your money on North Carolina. She may have like a significant role somehow with that team. She also may be, I don't know, whatever, it's 11. She may be a call girl. I'm just saying, something weird's going on there. I'm Ryan Horvat. You could complain about me at Ryan Horvat. BetMGM tonight. We're back tomorrow night, baby. 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Talking rebuilding teams and playoff hoops and hockey and soccer.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.